listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
To Live and Direct, High 94, yes sir. Said I got much love for you, darling, and I'm still gonna roll with the rhythm. So you better understand, girl. Better understand this way I'm living. Hope I'll be forgiven. Said I didn't mean to be the villain. Love for you, darling, and I'm still gonna roll with the rhythm. You better understand, girl. Understand is where I'm heading. Hope I'll be forgiven. Said I didn't mean to be the villain. You better roll my hand, girl. This is exactly where I'm headed. One time, now rhythm is pulling me into the blind. I think it's if it ceases to exist. Yeah. Finally, I checked on the planets on my own in spice. When Babylon comes, he gon' hit you in the face. When Babylon comes, he gon' hit you in the face. Bang! Cease to exist, yeah, yeah. Finally, I jet on the planet of my own in space. When Babylon comes, he gon' hit you in the face. On times when Babylon comes, he gon' hit you in the face. I'll rise, me say Babylon comes, he gon' hit you in the face.
You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
I know that when you Signa uli di sombranza tenmak et zu ita saluda antes diu hum niga Radzaudzan malakes fredzas Durat todo in memu A nogi distancia Como kupugi palu Zangiman malak guafi Ikonum nasugi airi Prebatu la noci Nai banderata gaigi Pues atan fanni bandera Kau Esta pagua pumalapa Gilo tanu man libri Sentami ti man ko badi
Nogi chamoru puritanota kantai matunonya gitoru iluga Paraiona parai gloria a big is la senpai Paraiona, parai gloria, abiba isla sen
teteku Fanin ginugo Zagwa hongi hao Zaita nodos Tia chasa Zaita nados Tia chasa Zaita nados Tia chasa
Good morning, Bob. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Good morning, Jason.
Good morning. We're literally kicking the door down.
Boom. Nice kick, Jay. You can tell Jay watched a lot of Karate Kid. Beautiful weather outside, Joseph.
Wait. Before you get it,
Oh.
Sabrina is the undisputed heavyweight all-time champion of karate and kung fu movies, like martial arts movies. Do you remember at the Micronesia Mall? Years and years ago, what's now
Hey, good morning, everyone.
what's now the Docomo Pacific office?
Yeah.
Remember that? That used to be, remember it was that record store before? And they would sell like rock clothes and everything. They had like the bargain bin rack was all kung fu movies. She would buy like 7 at a time, like DVDs.
Well, what's your favorite kung fu movie, Bree?
Enter the Dragon. I like that one.
That's
Classic.
hard to beat that.
Yeah. And then I like the funny ones. Like
Do you like Kung Fu Hustle?
I was.
Oh, yeah.
Was this soccer?
Shaolin Soccer?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How about the flying
I like the
guillotine?
new. I like the new ones too. So.
The flying
Like-
guillotine.
Like which new ones? Like Ong Bak?
Is that on Netflix?
Have you seen that?
No,
Dude.
I haven't.
No,
Awesome.
you would like.
I might
Ong Bak.
have. Sometimes I'll just put on stuff. Gosh.
Okay,
Of
Bree.
course, the flying.
The flying
hidden
guillotine?
dragon.
Oh.
Something. What is it? Hidden dragon. Tiger.
Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
See,
yeah.
she was like the martial arts movies. My
That's
favorite-
kind of
Hero,
like that's kind of
Hero,
like
do you
new
guys like
age.
Hero?
Oh,
I-
wow, you go deep.
Yeah.
my thing was the ninja movies.
Yeah.
Like Enter the Ninja,
Mm-hmm.
Revenge of the Ninja,
American Ninja.
Ninja,
All of the
Ninja
old
3: The
karate
Domination.
movies, kung fu movies that you would.
Yep.
Do they hold up to you guys though when you watch, like, let's say when you watch Enter the Dragon?
What do you mean? Hold up.
Does it hold up? You know, when you watch it, you're like, man, this thing's old, or it's
No, I like it.
still classic, right? Yeah.
No, I mean you can watch like a Bruce Lee movie today and you will be
But
entertained.
okay, like if Bruce Lee was to come out in 2021, how badass would he be?
He would
Like, would he
take-
be able to take Conor McGregor or Khabib?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, easy, right? Because Bruce Lee is the forefather of MMA. What did he say? I think he had a quote one time. He was like, "All anybody has to do to beat me is to take 1 year of boxing and 1 year of wrestling."
Yeah.
Boom.
And see,
MMA.
the thing about Bruce Lee is like, we talked about this when we are doing like our movie podcast. Like, there were guys that were
The thing
big-
about Bruce Lee is he influenced every Chamorro to do this to their pants. When
Yeah.
they
I mean, there were people that were like actors or martial artists who were bigger than Bruce Lee, who
Yeah.
were faster than Bruce Lee, who could hit harder. But Bruce Lee was a star.
Yeah.
And the funny thing about Bruce Lee is like he would go and he would like one hit knock out like 60 guys in a row, and then one guy would get like a lucky lick, and then he's like, all right, let me crack my neck.
Right. Yeah.
My nose is bleeding, and then he'd be like, oh. And the funny thing about it, everyone he beat up all looked like Joser.
Joker kind of looks like a skinnier version of what's his name? Bolo. Is his name Bolo? Yeah. Bolo, right? Yeah.
Oh, Bolo Young, like the big dude.
The big dude. He does.
Yeah.
Look, he's got the same like kind of eye smile.
Sir.
He a day mini Bolo.
And you know the story about that, right? When they were filming Enter the Dragon, like Brie was bringing up, Bolo Young actually, I mean, Bruce Lee said his life was literally like the Wild West. He would get guys walking up to him
Of course.
and challenging him and
Yeah.
saying, okay, you're not so tough. Let's go. And Bruce Lee would like basically lay the guy out.
Bree, did you watch that one? It was a remake of when Bruce Lee went to San Francisco and he had to fight that one like
The movie Dragon?
Yeah, Shaolin Master or whatever. That
yeah.
one. Remember, and he was so cocky, and the guy was like, "Hey, you got to tone it down."
I might have.
Yeah, he's the one that got us into this kung fu movie thing. I just was trying to start the show.
I know. Where did that come from?
Trying to do a show over here. That's Jason Solis for you, ladies and
Letting all
gentlemen.
my business out on the street.
Yep. Now everybody knows you like kung fu movies. Oh, whoa, man, that's personal information, Jay. Hey, it's 6:21, April 13th, Tuesday, 2021. The show is proudly brought to you by East West Rental, Jack in the Box, where yes, never too early to enjoy Jack in the Box's newest $3 sauce and loaded curly fries with new slow smoked bacon, available in 2 flavors: triple cheddar and spicy pepper jack. Also brought to you by Cavo Enterprises, Carrier, and IT&E.
You know what? Like we started the show with like a couple laughs. We had that wonderful Joe Sir shot of like the sunrise. But man, you guys in the comments stream, Link family, you guys are bringing the positivity. Everyone's saying good morning, half a day to each other. I've got 2 people at least coming from Washington. Rose Tidigui saying good morning from Vancouver, Washington, and Duan Santos Alicia from Bremerton. We have our friend Annie Bonds from Killeen, Texas. We haven't seen Annie in a while. Hi, Annie. Half a
Hi,
day.
Annie.
We also have Tammy Fluke, Canata Mendiola. Good morning to all. Roberto Francassini. Good morning.
Chamarita Regis goes, Jackie Chan, the funniest fighter, can never stop laughing. Yep.
Him
Yeah.
and Chris.
Chris Tucker.
Yeah.
When they did Rush Hour. They're up to like Rush Hour 3 now, and they're talking about doing part 4. Mama Bear is joining us. Hello, Debbie Davis in Kentucky. Basketball state.
Right. 6:23. Here's who's coming up on the show. Good morning to Facebook Live. Also to our listeners on The Breeze. Remember, we jump on a KUM TV at 8 o'clock. Dr. Robert Underwood coming on. There's a place names meeting as they're starting to add more place names to the villages. And I think that's going on tonight.
Tonight.
Yeah, so he's going to come on about that.
This is to actually start referring to them officially by their indigenous Chamorro
I think
names.
what they're going to do is go around and maybe like shake the tree a little bit. And
Yeah, they're having 3 public hearings. So the first one is tonight in Agate. And so...
Agate! That's
yes.
why Bree wore her red mask today.
So, yeah, they're having their first meeting tonight at the Agate Community Center, and they're going to start with the southern names. So they broke down the hearings in 3, so north, south, central.
Right.
So it's like Agate, Umatak, Talafofo, Malesu, and Inalahan.
Also, Daphne Shimizu, good news is they've started to pay out the EIP3, right?
Well, I saw something on Facebook where somebody posted, I got my EIP3
Right.
through direct deposit.
Yeah.
So
So the Stimmies are here.
The Stimmies. Run them Stimmies, guys. So we'll get her on and find out when you're going to get your Stimmy. Also, Senator Tello Tidigui, there was an ethics complaint that was it actually officially filed?
that's what that letter said.
Yeah, so it was it was filed against Senator Tello Tidigui. So we're going to get her on. I called her yesterday. I was like, why don't you just come on about it? She's like, yeah, I'm there.
And then she issued a statement, but would you guys consider that? Could you say that she clapped back? I don't think that was a clap back. Right? She just put out like an official response, right? Clap back would be like, oh, somebody said something, she said something back, and now it's kind of like serve and volley. But would you consider that a clap back?
I'm not really hip.
An answer back?
I mean,
Yeah,
she
she
basically.
responded.
I mean, we're gonna get to this in news, but
Yeah. I mean, what was she going to do? Not respond?
yeah, she basically just said, "Hey, I'm a public
Hey,
servant.
I'm a public servant."
Anybody has the right to question, to criticize. It's part of the gig,
Yeah. There's a lot going on with that complaint that I think she's going to share with us. Also, we're getting a Mark Scott of the Guam Guard, and then we're following up on an interview we had last week. We're getting the Bureau of Adult Protective Services Social Service Supervisor from Public Health. She'll be joined by the Acting Senior Citizens Administrator. Talk a little bit about elderly abuse and other programs in the senior division. Also, 9:30, Senator Clint Rogel, who we just went out on the dump with at Ukadu Pipeline for dirty politics.
He was dressed to the nines, considering when he went out with you guys to the dump.
It's always a struggle. How do you dress to the dump?
Clint can wear a suit. We worked with him for many years here at
Right.
KUM. So the guy can dress, but just the fact that it was like so hot out there, and he wore like a long, a button down shirt with a tie, like buttoned all the way up. I mean, that's
He was
That's
definitely
impressive in the Guam Heat.
He was definitely the best dressed guy at the dump. That's what I'm saying, though. It's like, okay, we got a shoot at the dump. What am I going to wear? Okay, shoes. I think I'm going to wear shoes. 6:26. Let's go and get into the news now. Right here on the link with the very latest from the KUAM news team, Sabrina Salas-Matanani. Good morning, Sabrina.
Off today, everybody. A 3-year-old boy was rushed to the Guam Memorial Hospital just after 7:30 last night with CPR en route. The child was reported missing in the East Hagåtña area near Alupang Tower across Mobile. Units from the Guam Fire Department responded beachside and found the child on the shoreline. KUAM confirms GPD is also conducting an investigation. No word on the 3-year-old's status at the hospital. Meanwhile, the search continues for 71-year-old Fernando Canales, more commonly referred to as Andoy or Andy, after he went missing last week in Jigo. According to Canales' daughter, Annalyn Gagarin, her father suffers from the early stages of dementia, often referring to his younger days as a construction worker. He is also battling cancer and is going through chemotherapy. If you have any information on the whereabouts of Canales, please call 911. Or if you'd like to help in the search, you can call Gagarin at 486-5578. That is 486-5578. Police are still looking for 27-year-old Segundo Aguero Sablan. He's wanted for questioning by GPD Highway Patrol investigators relative to a fatal crash that occurred on March 23rd in Barragata. He is believed to be armed and dangerous and should not be approached. Sablan is described as 5'6", brown eyes and brown hair, and has several tattoos. He was last seen along Route 8 by SK Laundromat. He is known to frequent Westbrook Street in Barragata and Robot Street in Mongmong. If you know of his whereabouts, please call 472-8911, 472-8911. Superior Court Judge Vern Paris sentenced convicted felon David James Paco Cruz to 25 years imprisonment at the Department of Corrections. In January of 2020, a jury found Cruz guilty of 2 counts of first criminal sexual conduct and first-degree felony as a first-degree felony and 2 counts of third-degree criminal sexual conduct as a second-degree felony for sexually assaulting a minor known to him on multiple occasions. Prosecuting attorney Lenny Rapadas said the defendant tried to portray the victim as a monster, but the jury found him to be the monster when they convicted him of this crime. The victim remained brave throughout her testimony, and the sentence validates her bravery. And with more news, here is Tyler Matanani.
Buenas and half a day, everyone. I'm Tyler Matanani with your headlines here on The Link. Jury deliberations are now underway as both parties presented closing arguments in Vianney Jose's trial Monday morning. Jose faces 2 counts of first-degree criminal sexual conduct for allegedly raping a 16-year-old female victim nearly 3 years ago.
A jury of 12 must determine if the 16-year-old female victim of child pornography was physically helpless on the evening of November 4th, 2018, during a barbecue where drinking was involved. This result decides whether or not Vianney Jose is guilty of criminal sexual conduct for his alleged role in sexually assaulting the victim. Assistant Attorney General Christine Tenorio argues the victim was intoxicated to the point of being unable to give consent, and the prosecution believes that over the course of trial, they have proved Jose is guilty.
This is a case where this 16-year-old girl was violated on tape by 3 different males, and then it was subsequently sent out. The people believe that we proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Jose did commit the offenses of first-degree criminal sexual conduct in that he was aided or abetted by Dewey Pielet, Burton Borja, and he did engage in these sexual acts knowing that the 16-year-old victim was physically helpless.
While Tenorio argues it was a group rape, with all other co-defendants having admitted to their actions in the video by pleading guilty. Alternate public defender Peter Santos argues it was group sex, with the victim willingly engaging and not physically helpless, and that this case is a matter of deceit.
We're not dealing with some scared teenager. I'm not asking you to condemn her because of what she does. That's fine. That's not for us to judge. Okay? But you have to take note of what and who she is. The police and the prosecution asked what, but they never asked why. They never sought to know, to understand. They asked what, and then they made their own conclusions.
In response to Santos' closing arguments, Tenorio accused the defense of victim shaming.
When Mr. Santos says, why didn't the government question who she is? Because what? Because if this 16-year-old girl likes to drink, then all of a sudden she can't be raped, and it's more likely that she was not? You have to ask yourself these questions, because really, this is classic victim shaming. It is.
Jury deliberations are underway. Jose is one step closer to learning his fate.
On Monday, Public Health launched several COVID outreach events, including a community testing site at the old Carnival grounds in Tizon and 3 vaccination clinics at the UOG Cowboy Fieldhouse, Our Lady of Assumption Church in PD, and Tizon High. Here's more on how the community is coming together to do their part to protect Guam. We went over to Tizon High, where the Guam Department of Education, in conjunction with Public Health's immunization program, hosted their first school-based COVID-19 vaccination clinic. GDOE PIO Interim Michelle Franquez.
What we want to do is we have so many outreach programs for our community in general that we wanted one that was geared towards more of our students, students who are 16 years of age or older and are not only eligible but also interested in receiving the COVID-19 vaccine.
About 500 Pfizer doses will be offered at each school-based clinic. 16-year-old Tizon High student Thea Cruz says she decided to get the COVID vaccine because she misses being a kid. And come next school year, she'll be returning to face-to-face learning.
I kind of miss like normal life because I'm a teenager, can't go out anymore. Kind of makes you sad. Like I can't go to school and like see my friends anymore. And even if I do come to school, you know, there's so many restrictions.
Thea hadn't stepped foot on her school campus since last year.
I'm an online learner.
How has that been for you?
It's been really hard. That's why I want to go back and get this done.
For students eligible to get their COVID shots, Thea shares this message.
If you want us to get back to normal being teenagers, get the dose. It's not that hard.
A bill that would set the standards for the practice of telehealth and telemedicine during a public health emergency underwent public hearing Monday. The measure by Senator Amanda Shelton also seeks to solidify agreements between health care providers and insurance companies to develop acceptable payment rates and methodologies. Shelton says similar legislation was introduced last term, but it failed to gain traction.
During that time, we heard from some folks on a very similar bill to this, that the free market would dictate the improvements needed to our healthcare system, the improvements that were necessary, the adaptations that we would need so that telemedicine and telehealth would be covered by all insurance. And we're learning now, over a year into this public health emergency, that there are still concerns from our constituents that telehealth and telemedicine is still difficult to obtain and be covered by insurance providers.
Shelton says the mandates in the bill would only apply during public health emergencies, but she was open to amendments that would extend it at all times. With regional headlines, here's KSPN2 News.
Half a day, Zantiro, Guam. Here's what's making headlines in the CNMI. Neighboring islands have already announced reopening dates for tourism and travel bubble arrangements. This morning, Governor Ralph Torres shares what the CNMI is currently looking at in regards to our tourism industry.
We have a task force under the Governor's Economic Council advisor for air transportation. And we did have a few interest airlines out of Korea that we are working on, as well as some interest as well with other airlines on the open travel date whether it's mid-May or even mid-June.
But those are just projections. Torres states the CNMI is taking a different approach in setting a solid date for opening.
We are looking at opening up May or June because we want to have our herd immunity here at least at 80% of our community. And this will allow all of our community to push hard for that open date because tourists is everyone's business. Tourism here is our only industry. And thus, when we open up our market, we want to make sure that we have the high percentage, like I said, at least 80% of our community being vaccinated.
Currently, the population of fully vaccinated adults is at 32%. To reach the desired 80%, more vaccination opportunities are opening up. CHCC CEO Esther Munia.
We will also be begin vaccinating around sometime next week for Tinian and Rhoda for 16 and under. We are working to get the Pfizer vaccines to Rhoda and Tinian so that they can have the equity of vaccinations for those below 18 years old.
For more news, please visit saipantv.com. For KSPN2, I'm Sally Lemus.
That's the news for now. We'll see y'all at 6 tonight on Primetime.
Thanks, Tyler. Allegations of a kickback while working at GVB, a history of gambling, frequenting underground gambling events, a discrepancy with the financial disclosure report with the Guam Election Commission, and using senatorial funds for campaign ads are the focus of an ethics complaint filed by Joseph F. Cruz against Senator Tello Taitagui. Cruz submitted the complaint to Speaker Therese Terlahi requesting an ethics investigation and ultimately them recommending her removal from office. In a statement issued by the Republican senator, she believes the complaint is yet another effort by critics to discredit her straight talk, no-nonsense approach to dealing with issues including special interest legislation, potential illegal drug activity, and questionable hiring practices in GovGuam, and legislation benefiting members of the legislature and their families. Senator Taitagui says every citizen has a right to file a complaint and that she is prepared to answer questions and respond to any investigation by the legislature. She calls the allegations baseless and, quote, will not be intimidated by these politically orchestrated moves to silence me. The Republican Party of Guam has selected Shelley Gibson as the new National Committee woman. Gibson replaces Margaret Metcalf, who died unexpectedly late last month. Gibson was the party's most recent secretary, who has served on different civic and government boards. She's also a lifetime supporter of the Republican National Committee and was mentored by Metcalf. I Komisyon I Fino Chamorro Zan I Finanaguan I Historia Zan Lenatla I Tautautanu, or the Commission on the Chamorro Language and the Teaching of the History and Culture of the Indigenous People of Guam, will be holding its first phase of the Inaan Lugat, or Guam Place Names Project, today. The first of 3 public hearings will be held at community centers around the island to review the names of villages, starting at the Agate Community Center at 6 o'clock tonight. The hearing will focus on southern village names. Central village names will be addressed in May, and northern villages in June. Public Health's request for an increase of vaccine allotments for April was approved. Public Health requested almost 11,000 additional vaccines last Friday. They are expected to arrive any day now. Meanwhile, the path to reopen the local tourism industry continues, with more vaccinations scheduled for this week. Guam Hotel and Restaurant Association President Mary Rhodes says another clinic for employees is scheduled for tomorrow from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. at the Hyatt. Rhodes says the requested 5,000 doses from Public Health, they were only allotted 1,200 for April, but hope to get more. So far, a total of 800 employees have been vaccinated at 2 previous GHRA clinics. As for the latest numbers, the Joint Information Center reports that out of 645 tests taken on April 11th, 5 tested positive for COVID, bringing the total of officially reported cases to 7,842 since March of last year. 33 cases are active, and 7,673 people have recovered. There are currently 3 people hospitalized. To date, there have been a total of 136 COVID-related deaths. The CAR score remains at 0.2. As for vaccination numbers, a total of 38,705 people have been fully immunized. And finally, in anticipation of further reopening of the economy, local restaurant group International Dining Concepts has scheduled a big job fair for tomorrow. The company operates Beach and Shrimp, California Pizza Kitchen, Bad Thai, and Pika's Cafe. They are hiring for all restaurant positions, including cooks, prep staff, dishwashers, bussers, hosts, servers, bartenders, and managers. The fair will be held at the Beach and Shrimp restaurant across the PIC. On-the-spot interviews may take place. Company spokesperson Jennifer McFerrin says they are looking to hire about 30 people for the reopening of their Beach and Shrimp Micronesia Mall location and the eventual opening of their CPK Hagåtña store. Interested applicants should bring a pen, resume, and wear a mask. The company says all social distancing and safety protocols will be followed. That's your news. For more, stay tuned to The Link.
Looking for GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof, Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
Family platter of fried chicken?
Check.
Tray of red rice?
Check.
Birthday cake?
Check.
1 case of water?
Check.
12-pack of beer?
Check.
2 cases of Pepsi?
Check. When you have a long checklist but are short on time, we got you. Get it delivered by us. Order on the app or website at uno-go.com. Guam on demand.
Shoot, I forgot the paper product.
Oh wait, UnoGo has that too.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KOAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KOAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KOAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
Join the Foundation for Public Education as they recognize some amazing teachers in our community and award one deserving person the title of Teacher of the Year. Watch the broadcast or live stream on the KUAM News Facebook page on Sunday, April 25th at 6:30 p.m. to meet the 6 finalists and learn about their exceptional work as educators. Plus special messages from Superintendent John Fernandez, sponsors, and the current Teacher of the Year, culminating in the live announcement of the 2021 Teacher of the Year. It's a special event you don't want to miss. The 2021 Teacher of the Year is presented by Bank of Guam, Cars Plus Guam, and the KUAM Care Force.
Dirty Politics, part of Sustainability Matters Initiative, in partnership with the University of Guam, Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink, brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water, airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the field, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Bud Light Seltzer, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
You come and stay with me for a while. Let my morning sun be your smile, and if you touch me, you know I'll be touching you. If that's your wish, you know we can make it come true. You got to listen to voices singing inside. They are wishes we sometimes hide. Listen to the voices singing inside to you. Yes, you. Cosina, sumaga haratu. Dangi sa tagma ay ginin ako. Ay tanong patsaw untungan na patsaw. Zangi gwinifi apuenya di amagahe. Pues kung ukikanta sa parahago, so kung ukistorya gininago, so kung ukikanta sa parahago, sa hago, hago taho. You come and stay with me for a while. Senior, sumaga hold on to me. Be someday we'll have a search out dia wild deep back on time. Born into love that you and I know. In a as we go. You got to listen to voices. Listen to voices. Listen to voices. Listen to voices. Won't you say what voices? All my morning sun be your smile. Let's hear the voices. Say.
Right here on the link, which is brought to you by East West Rental, Calvo Enterprises, Carrier, IT&E, and Jack in the Box. Good morning, 6:52. We take another break, and we're back with more of the show next on the link. Good morning.
Finally.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink, brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water, airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the fields, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof, Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
This year, the Think Green Annual Cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam on social media. And we'll share your cleanup in our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUAM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. In partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI. Special thanks to Micronesian Brokers, Inc.
Through the month of April, KUAM News and the KUAM Care Force features Sustainability Matters, building awareness for environmental issues, highlighting activists, and showcasing businesses and individuals making a difference in our community. Watch a special series on Mondays on KUAM News featuring different aspects of thinking green in our community. Awareness messages on every platform giving you tips for leading a more sustainable lifestyle. The Dirty Politics Weekly feature with the link live on location with Chris and Sabrina visiting different villages with political leaders and addressing environmental problems in our community. And this year, the Think Green Annual Cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam, and we'll feature your cleanup on our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUAM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. in partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
She don't let nobody, she don't let nobody, she don't let nobody, she don't let nobody, nobody but me, nobody but me, Lord. So other guys want to hold her hand, other guys want a one-night stand. They all creep when she's around. I'm so glad how she puts them down. She don't let nobody, she don't let nobody, nobody but me, nobody but me, Lord. So I don't worry 'cause we're so tight, see each other most every night. She had given me the master key, why I kiss her explicitly. She don't let nobody, she don't let nobody, nobody but me, nobody but me, love, love. Only me alone, happy on the girl mine. Only me alone, make her love light shine. Only me alone, be on the girl mine. Only me alone, make her love light shine. Me say, don't wanna rush, but them try get bust. And only me alone gonna make her love up, love up. Them guy aren't too rude, them a rush and a lust, but me lick a gush and I love the mix up. She don't let nobody, 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 nobody but me, nobody but me, love. So I don't worry 'cause we're so tight, see each other most every night.
Hey, good morning, 6:58 on the link. Coming up, Daphne Shimizu, Reverend Tax Director. I know she's pumped to come on, Bree.
Is she gonna do her
Hold on.
celebration dance again? Because remember last time we had her on, she was doing the Cabbage Patch.
She was, yeah.
And not in a narcissistic way. She just said, "I know that we're doing our job and we're helping the people. So let me break out the '80s dance."
They are working very hard to manage the influx of people who need stuff done at Reverend Tax. Was just there yesterday for passport. All right, so make those appointments, guys, because the demand is great. You're coming in to work, or you can see it. You don't go that way, but there's always a lot of cars in Barragata Heights. So we'll get Daphne on in just a little bit. But before we do that, let's head into the KUAM News Zoom room with the one and only Jason Salas.
All right, and good morning, everybody, and good morning to one of our dear friends, a advocate of Chamorro rights and preservation of history, if ever there was one, Dr. Robert Underwood, a scholar, a statesman, and now someone who is working to, should we say, Doc, to restore proper indigenous names, not only in villages, but perhaps in other places throughout the island? Good morning, Doc.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Jason. That's the point of, and it's actually the mandate given to the Comisión Nacional Chamorro, of which I'm a member and which I've been asked to chair the place name committee. So that's the point. So we're going to engage in a multi-month process, first to work with the village names, and then for the following 3 months we'll work with the place names, which could be very exciting.
Now, Doc, for people my age, because like I'm in my I guess I would consider my late 40s now. In my lifetime, I've experienced Agana going to Hagatna more recently, and then also the introduction of Tidzen at what used to be the former naval air station, of course, and then Sumai. The area, and pretty much people like me just knew it as that area between PD and Santa Rita as you head to Naval Station Guam. But there is somewhat of a history and in positive ways of us reclaiming the names that were originally given to these locations. Like you said, it may be a municipality, it may be just like a region.
Well, yes, of course. What happens is when you ask people to consider the original place names, their historical imagination goes to work. And before you know it, they're thinking about how to build buildings, how to name buildings, how to name facilities, and they start connecting to the land. And when people connect to the land, they feel better. They feel like they're more connected. So, you know, if you're a plan unit developer and you want to name a place, you should stick to the original place name. I always get a kick, not that it's meant as a criticism, but I always get a kick out of summer homes. When is it summer in Guam? There's no summer in Guam. You have rainy season and dry season. It's like you're almost disconnected. It's almost like a deliberate disconnection from where you're at.
No,
with
Robert,
with the exception of those 45 days when it rains.
No, they mean it's summer homes, summer houses.
So, you know, we want to make that connection. So tonight we're having that the first meeting on the village. The villages will be, the southern villages will be taken up. We suspect or we anticipate that there may not be as much controversy as in the central villages next month. But for tonight, there is interest in Sumay, because Santa Rita, the current municipality of Santa Rita, includes Sumay, and the only way that most people know Sumay is right now is that's where the Taco Bell is.
Mm-hmm. Now, Dr. Underwood, with your work as a as a former congressional delegate and also as an academic, you've always, as I've known, you always consider both sides of the argument. And as you hold these public hearings, certainly there will be, even if it's only the minority voice, a certain amount of like pushback or maybe just some concern. It might be perhaps the business community who might say, this is going to impose additional cost because of, advertising or letterhead or stationery, whatever the case is going to be. Right? I remember when Aganya to Hagåtña came up. This was a case, and they're like, okay, so who's going to pay for me to change all of my signs and all my whatever?
Who's going to pay for that H and the T? You know how much
exactly.
Letter H and letter T is?
Yeah. So Doc, to address those concerns that invariably are going to come up and everything, what would you say about some people who might have, not necessarily they're standing against it, but might just say, there is going to be a little bit of logistics that have to go into this?
Well, of course, those concerns, but we survived the change to Hagåtña despite the doom and gloom that was predicted by many people, and now people are actually saying Hagåtña. Yeah. And people said, "I'll never say it. I was raised in Aganya. I wasn't raised in Hagåtña," and now they have to say Hagåtña.
Robert,
because, this in a way it's forward thinking that is based on a backward analysis. So, that's the issue, so many places have done this. Of course, the biggest example for us is Hawaii, where if you have any interaction with people in Hawaii, they're pretty insistent that not only do you spell it and you use Hawaiian names and you spell it, but you actually say it. And so we're hopeful to be able to do the same thing. Although there's really not very many place names Chamorro place names in Guam that are that difficult to say as there are in Hawaiian, which has,
Robert,
too many vowels.
I wanted to ask, because we're doing the village names and then the place names, which are the little areas within the villages, but do you anticipate any of the village names being changed, like we just saw Inarahan to Inalahan? So what other types of village name changes do you anticipate?
Well, the ones that are for the southern villages are all pretty much going to be pretty obvious, Maleso, Humatak, Talofofo, Hagat, Santa Rita, and then what to do with Sumay, which will be the only, I anticipate the only major change. But the issue of what to do with Hagåtña Heights, there's some people who argue that we should call it Tutuhan. So there's that issue, and that'll be taken up next month. There's the issue of the official name of the municipality I live in is Tamuning Tuman. If we follow the dictates of the law, that will be changed to Tamuning Tomhom. That's one. But now, in recent years, they've taken to adding Harmon onto it, which clearly Harmon is not an indigenous name.
No, Hutman. It's Hutman, Robert. Hutmun.
And then some enterprising business person is going to come up here and set up like a traditional oven and say the Hutnu from Hutmun.
No, but what is Harmon?
There you go.
Robert?
Well, and if they do that, that's using traditional imagination. I would applaud them for that. Because it might be the first time that they ever started thinking about connecting to the place that they're in.
I think Chris is going to do that, right? The Hutnu from Hutmun.
Hey, Robert, but what do we call?
Well, I'm sure Chris is going to do a great riff on this.
What do we call Harmon though? What's the?
I can't wait for the video that's going to come out.
What's the indigenous place name for Harmon, Robert?
There's I think the original, I'm not sure what the original name is, but it isn't Harmon.
Yeah.
And it isn't the Himlani apartments either.
That's what I think is interesting about this, because you as a Chamorro scholar, right? I mean, Chamorro backwards, sidewards, but when you start going into these villages that you're not from, it's like you're going to be educated on why they call certain areas in these villages certain names.
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely. I mean, it's like, what do you do in Jotnia? Do the people of Jotnia want to keep Camp Witik?
Right.
Because that was the name of a Marine Corps camp that was built in right at the end of World War II. Yeah. So what do you do with Camp Witik? Camp Dili, which used to be down in Ipan, has almost fallen by the wayside, but there was a time when that was called Camp Dili. We have Camp Watkins Road here in Tamuning, which has been, is now disappeared from sight. And I lived in most of my life here. I grew up in Snanya. Most of my life has been lived in Baza Gardens or Jonestown. And both of those names have put out of focus other names. And so what is the current thinking and feeling and appetite for changing those names? And that will be a matter, I think, of controversy.
Robert, do you think that when we get the place names, debated, decided on, that when, let's say when you're in Jotnia driving around, that as you drive around the village, you'll come into like a now entering Pulantat or, that kind of thing?
Yeah. Are we going to have to tear down all those signs?
That's up to, the signs, the village signs themselves are going to change because that's mandated by law. The mandate by the law is to change the village names to traditional place names and spelled according to the original orthography. So, Dedido is pretty easy to pronounce, but it's going to be spelled differently. And then, changing Agat to Hagat, well, I don't know that over time that'll change, but what are you going to do with Pagazzo and Sinili and R.R. Cruz subdivision? These are like common place names that people use. And what is the difference between Old Agat and New Agat? And where is Old Agat? And so those are important decisions that we want people to focus on. And we want to use traditional place names insofar as possible. We're not a place name police. We're not going to cite people.
You're going to give a ticket? You call it Camp Witik, you got a ticket.
Yeah, that's
the ancient Chamorro name for that is you get a citation.
So it's like up in Windward Hills. Windward Hills, put out of focus Male'etzuk. And I was talking to someone who lives up there in Windward Hills Estates. And he says, well, what was the original name for this? I said, it's Male'etzuk. He goes, well, I live on Male'etzuk Street. I said, well, at least somebody didn't forget about it entirely. So, those are the kinds of issues because there's a story behind all of these.
Well, that captures it.
The story is going to be more engaging than Windward Hills.
That captures it perfectly, Doug, because you've used two words that I think kind of summarize, the opportunities, but also the challenges of making this happen. As you said, change and then stories, right? As an educator, do you have any? Do you envision anything about educating a younger generation, like maybe in Guam history or for the schools that really take a lot of pride in teaching Chamorro to understand the stories behind these names and why it's important for young people going forward.
It's going to be amazing. The opportunity. You see, education always begins with connection to place. The place you're at. Where are you?
Right.
What is the meaning of this place you're at? Who was here before you? History didn't begin when you showed up. History began long before you showed up. So this place name process is going to allow people the opportunity to make connections to their places, to where they live, to where they work in ways they hadn't thought of before. Do we really want to, and some of these things are just kind of accidents of history. Anderson Air Force Base, we don't have authority to change Anderson Air Force Base, but that area is really all called UPI. But Anderson himself was a brigadier general who died in a plane crash. He didn't really do anything specifically heroically, but somebody decided that they should call it Anderson. And so now that name is stuck with us. And, there's really nothing distinctive about that man. Mm-hmm. On the other hand, there's Nimitz Hill. Who gets to call it Nimitz Hill? Why should we call it Nimitz Hill? It had a name before. And so that's going to be a very interesting conversation as well.
Well, this is interesting, Robert. What time is the meeting tonight in Hoggett?
Then the meeting tonight, thank you, Chris. The meeting is in Hoggett at 6 p.m. at the community center. We'll send out a Zoom link for people who can't make it personally, and we'll apply all sanitation and social distancing rules. And I want to thank Mayor Allig, President of the Mayor's Council, Mayor Kevin Suswico, and Vice Mayor Chris Fayeran of Hoggett for their assistance.
Thank you, Robert.
You're welcome. I'll see you in Hoggett.
On the Zoom. Get any Zoom. Hey, 7:13, we take a quick break and get ready. News about your stimmy is coming up. We should ask him, how do you say stimmy?
Stimulus.
Robert, do you know how to say stimulus?
Stimulus. Well, I don't want to get into that.
Right on. That's a whole other set of village meetings. Right on. Okay, that's it. 7:13. Break nods, and we'll be right back with more of The Link.
Join the foundation.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
This is cool.
The late John Afwaji. Good morning. Welcome back to The Link. Let's get right into it. We're in the KUAM News Zoom room. I want to say we have a lot of people's favorite lady on the line here. Totally got nothing to do with the little thing we call EIP3. Good morning.
Half a day, Chris. Half a day, Sabrina. Half a day, Jason. And half a day, Guam.
Hi, Daph.
So yes, on Saturday, just a little bit after midnight, we did get notification that our implementation plan was approved by the IRS for EIP3. That was really hugely exciting. We've been waiting for it for about over a week because we had submitted our final edits to our plan since 2 Fridays ago. So that was very exciting for us. Around 3 o'clock, I was communicating with IRS on just some last minute items that needed to be addressed before I guess they could complete certain items. But we're very excited. We were able to get that notification. And then also we were able to turn around about 20,000 payments, some of them direct deposits and some of them checks on Saturday for transmission to the Treasurer yesterday. So about $53.8 million was processed so far. We were approved for $241 million. We were able to receive 90% of that up front. In addition to, of course, we were approved for administrative fees of $347,000, and we got 75% of that up front. So, it's all very exciting. For us, it has been, of course, our commitment that we would make payments, of course, to our people as soon as possible for all these programs that we're running, whether it's EIP 1, 2, 3, or, of course, now our refunds. And so, again, we're very excited. We did open up our EIP3 portal, so you can actually look up the status of your EIP3 payment. That happens since over the weekend. Again, we want to make sure that people have the ability to get online and check the status. That's important because, of course, our phone lines, they do get very busy. And so, for people who perhaps are not able to get through, they're able to actually log in online and go ahead and get information on whether or not a payment has been processed for them. And again, we're very excited and happy. We want to thank everyone, of course, the community for being patient as we work through this process. But, we're very, very excited to say that we're working on payments. We will have updates on payments throughout the week. And, again, as we continue to make or process payments, but, of course, the 20,000 payments that did go out yesterday to the Treasurer and, of course, which are being transmitted to our people now, that's just, I think, really great news for everybody.
So people could have gotten their stimulus already. Is that what you said? Through direct deposit?
So we did transmit payments to the Treasurer yesterday. And then what happens is, of course, the Treasurer goes ahead and stamps or signs and then mails out payments. I hadn't contacted the Treasurer to find out if those were made out or those payments were sent out yesterday, but we did transmit those yesterday. It is possible for people to see it. I mean, I know, when the Treasurer does transmit, they transmit a whole batch or a whole bunch to the post office. So again, I don't have notification on that, but you know what? We definitely are confident that people will be receiving their money very soon.
Mm-hmm. Daph, we had a question here. When checking the status of the EIP Phase 3, why does it say unprocessable?
Okay, so there may be some people who have that notification. It could be many things. We are actually working on right now and through yesterday to determine, of course, what is going on with that. It could be a validation issue. It could be an issue with the person's tax return. What I do recommend is for those people who perhaps over the last couple of days had checked and noticed that it said unprocessable, for them to check again sometime, if not this morning, later today, and to see whether or not that status has changed. And of course, as we do process more payments, those statuses will change as well. But unprocessable could mean many things again. But we were going through some additional validations over the last couple of days. So, again, I recommend that people check that. And I'm confident that, because we had to do some validations through the last couple of days, that some people's, that particular status will change for a lot of people.
I'm sorry, just for clarification, because we do have people commenting that they got their EIP in the bank yesterday through direct deposit, and then some are questioning, I thought it's supposed to be mailed out.
Okay, so what we did, and of course, EIP3 is a situation. For EIP2, we saw that EIP2 had no substitute year, meaning it was based on a single year's return only. For EIP3, EIP3 is actually it could be based on 2 years. There's what's called a substitute year. The primary year that we looked at is 2020, and we had to look at 2020 first, all 2020 returns that are processed in our system first before we could process based on a 2019. As you know, Bree, we did open up the ability for people to file their tax returns and to elect to be paid by direct deposit for refunds. So if you had a 2020 return where you had indicated that you wanted to be paid by direct deposit, and those payments, and we had processed those returns and we processed EIP based on those returns, then you would be able to receive that payment by direct deposit. And for those, my understanding is that we had about 1,600 payments that were made by direct deposit of the 20,000. And really that's hugely exciting for us. That's about 8%. And so, we've been working to try to, reduce the amount of paper checks that are going out. So, I'm excited for those people that are able to receive those monies by direct deposit, because they don't have to go to the bank. They don't have to stand in line. They don't have to worry about depositing it. And they don't have to go to the post office, which can sometimes be pretty challenging.
Yeah, more challenging than Revent Tax, that's for sure. My mom went to the post office yesterday. Definitely, I just got a call from an elderly lady, and she wanted me to ask, what is the schedule for people walking in to make payments, and then also if you could just go over again the walk-in time and the appointment time, and then how to get an appointment. And then we have a bunch of other questions on the comments. Go ahead.
No problem. So, as you know, in the last week, we did make an adjustment to our schedule, and we try to open up more hours for walk-in services. Obviously, we still do have limited hours for certain things. For example, for our drive-through drop-off or service for our income tax, we still have that only from 8 to noon. We don't have that all day long. For our servicing for the preparation of tax, we do tax return preparation for individuals with disabilities or MNUMCO and our veterans. That is still just 8 to noon. But for a lot of our services, like for example, if you wanted to go to the Treasurer of Guam, or if you needed to go to real property, or if you needed to go to our BPT section, you can actually walk in from 8 to 5, and we work to service in that area. We were trying to work to expand our services, and so you'll notice as well, even within our parking lot, there's some changes where before you had to stay or remain in your vehicle and wait for our team to come out and let you know when it was okay to come into our building. We ceased that last week. We moved toward just having people come in and come and park and just go ahead and stand in line outside our building. And so these are things that we have changed, and really we made those changes so that we can really move and focus our efforts on trying to, bring our group back to some sense of normalcy. And so we could begin to, again, just work to process and serve people, in as close to as normal way as possible, of course, during this public health emergency, which we're still, somewhat a part of. So again, for those people who are coming in for driver's license, we still do have the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and that servicing for that. And then Thursday, Friday is for vehicle registration. So the majority of our services are 8 to 5 for walk-ins. And again, outside of, I think we have Passport that's 8 to 3. And then also we have in the income tax side, the drive-through drop-off service, which is 8 to noon, and also the tax preparation services that we do as a courtesy for our MNUMCO, our individuals with disabilities, and are also our veterans. That's also 8 to noon.
Thank you. What else do we got here?
There was something on the FAQs that you that was released. How much is the third economic impact payment? And then it says something like, unlike EIP1 and EIP2, families will get a payment for all their dependents claimed on a tax return, not just their qualifying children under 17.
Absolutely. So, of course, as we saw for EIP 1 and 2, for dependents that were eligible, that really the only dependents that could qualify you for EIP 1 and 2 were those dependents that were under age 16 or that were 16 and under. And so now what we saw with EIP 3 actually covers all dependents. So your adult parent dependents, your adult student dependents who might be in college, and of course, who a lot of us still, because they're college students, still support, of course, and provide support more than half for them. So, those dependents now qualify their parents or their taxpayers who claim them for this particular stimulus payment. And again, that was hugely important because really, again, as we saw, EIP 1 and 2 did not include that. So it's great to see that for EIP 3 that really there was a push to make sure that all dependents are covered and allow for all dependents to to be eligible again. So that's what we see with EIP 3. So for people who did not receive EIP 1 and 2 for their their adult student dependent who is in college, or for their parent, again, EIP 3 will be different. It's important, though, to take note that you must have filed a 2020 or a 2019 return. And if you have not filed that 2020 or 2019 return, then, you will not be able to receive EIP 3. And so, we highly recommend that people do. We're seeing several people, come in and go and file. In fact, we had a lot of people on the first day, Feb 12, file their returns. We initially had the number 9,500 in terms of the number of people who filed after we went through our mail. And of course, we have to use the postmark date as the date filed when people, mail in their returns. It turned out to be like 10,088. So we ended up having well over 10,000 returns that were Feb 12 filing dates. So we did have a lot of people come in. As an update on our online filing, our e-filing, as of this morning, it was actually exactly 3,800 that I saw, and that was at about like 5:55 this morning. So that's exciting, and I believe that over the last, I'd like to say 10 years, probably our average has been about 1,300 filers online. So to see that we have 3,800 filers online and to only be at April 13 today is exciting for us. And so, like, for example, if, take 3,800 minus 13 is 2,500, and just say that we say for every return, it takes us 10 minutes to process, which I'm confident it takes well over 10 minutes. That's, that actually translates into, when I was calculating, about 400 hours. So that is 400 hours of processing that now our team does not have to do. And so for us, every return that's filed online, not only is it helpful for our team, our people, because those returns are considered validly filed and processed as long as all information, social security number, et cetera, is accurate, but also for our team that takes us away from processing and helps us so that we can, work to better serve our people. So, for us, the 3,800 people who had filed online, that is hugely exciting for us. And, we're excited to continue to see people, want to file online. I do want to share as well, last Friday, there was some kind of a news release from the IRS that they had advised the territories about the $10,200 in unemployment compensation and the non-taxability or the exemption from tax for those. Of course, we received that notification Friday. We received an email from one of our counterparts in the IRS. Of course, since April 1, our team had actually, issued guidance on that. And just to share, because I know there's a lot of concern about, what's happening in across the nation in the continental United States versus what's happening in Guam. Initially, the IRS had advised that, in order that there was no need to file an amended return if you had unemployment compensation, because they would make adjustments. And of course, it took a while for them to come up with some guidance on that, some specific guidance. And now, of course, what's happening is, what we're hearing in terms of the guidance from the IRS is that because, of course, there is, and we in Guam, recognize the challenge in it, but because, of course, there is likely no possible way to, be able to accommodate or account for every single, adjustment that, or combination of adjustments that would happen on a return. So they're making, I believe, an average adjustment to a return and paying those out as what they're calling, I think, plus up, and then advising that if people need to claim other credits like EAC, that they would actually have to file an amended return. On Guam, we're not doing these adjustments automatically. We are requiring amendments, and again, because of we believe that it's actually quite complicated to try to, again, account for every single possible combination. And so we want to make sure that when people get their, exemption, that when, they really have, made sure that they themselves have reviewed it and they're getting the maximum amount that they, are due. And of course, we, our team, want to make sure that when people file, or that when there are adjustments made, that they're really made based on, people's actual that it's intended. And so, what we're seeing again across the nation is where initial guidance was, don't file amended return. Now we're seeing that there is some guidance to file an amended return. Here on Guam, we're requiring that if you are going to go ahead and take an exemption and you've already filed and you have not reflected that $10,200 as a deduction to your taxable income, then you must file an amended return. And we are seeing people file those amended returns.
Daph, you were talking about the PUA there, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. So that's unemployment compensation. So of the people who received the PUA or the FPUC, and they did receive those 1099Gs, 1099 governments from the Department of Labor or DOA. So for those people who did receive them, there is an exemption. So if you received, I don't know the average amount, but say you received $18,000, then you are able to, deduct from your taxable income $10,200. In our guidance that we released on April 1, we do advise on how to go ahead and report that on the Schedule 1. That's an attachment to the 1040. So if you get onto our website, guamtax.com or myguamtax.com, you'll actually find that release, and it's dated April 1.
There was a comment here. Those who filed 2020 returns filed February 12th that aren't processed yet, how long will it take DRT to finish processing those returns? Some people who filed after February 12th have already received their 2020 refunds. Why is that?
You know what? Actually, with regards to the payment of refunds, really, we go based on file date. I don't believe that it's possible for our system to pay out a return that's past Feb 12. We actually do look at file date when we do make the check writes. And again, I'm pretty confident that we have not paid beyond Feb 12. With regards to how long it will take, I know that we have, over the last 2 batches, we were able to pay out, I believe, a little bit less than 5,000 of the 10,000 returns that were filed that have refunds that are due to them. We did do another check write just yesterday. We'll be announcing the amount of the refunds that were on that particular check write. But again, we're excited that we're beginning to pay. And we'll be announcing more about how much is in the check write that we did yesterday and how many returns and how much. And, of course, for those people who are waiting, we're doing our best to try to get those payments out as quickly as possible to you all. Our team has been working, late and also into the weekend to try to get those payments out to you. And, again, we're working, outside of doing EIP3 again, we wanted to make sure in this week that we also continue to process refunds. So that happened yesterday, and we'll provide that update to them.
Can we go back to the beginning?
Sure.
So someone had messaged me that they didn't file, haven't got any of the stimulus. Are they just like SOL, or is there, because I know the intent of Congress was to get the money to the people, right? So is there a remedy for those people who, for just whatever reason, weren't able to file or avail of any of these EIP payments?
Absolutely. So, you know what, of course, for EIP 1 and 2, which was based on primarily a 2019 return. So if you have not yet filed, obviously those were advance credits on a 2020 return. And it's still possible to file your 2020 return and get, of course, the recovery rebate credits for EIP 1 and 2 on a 2020 return. And so again, you can do that so you can receive those monies. For EIP 3 as well, if you file your 2020 return and you're eligible, you can still receive EIP 3. And so we have stopped paying out EIP 1 and 2, but you can receive the recovery rebate credit for those as long as you file your 2020 return. So the key really is for people who have not filed a return. First of all, if you're required to file, we really should. It's really important that you do, most especially, I know a lot of times people don't want to file, especially when they owe taxes because they may not be able to pay. But really, it's we highly recommend that if you owe taxes that you do file, because there's the failure to file and there's a failure to pay penalties. And the failure to file penalty is huge. And so you really don't want to get into a situation where you're not filing because you owe. So, go ahead and file those returns, and we highly recommend you file. We're here to make sure that we help people if they run into issues and they're not able to make payments on their income taxes. That's what our collections team is here for. So, again, we recommend that you file. But to go back to that question, Chris, if you haven't filed anything at all and you haven't received EIP 1 and 2, I highly recommend you file your 2020 Form 1040, and so that way you can go ahead and be able to, again, claim the recovery rebate credits for EIP 1 and 2. And then, of course, once we process your 2020 return, as long as you're eligible, we'll go ahead and be able to pay you EIP 3. So, don't be disheartened. And in fact, I wanted to talk a little bit, if you don't mind, about there's what's called an additional payment provision that is part of EIP 3 that we did not see in EIP 1 and 2. So with EIP 1 and 2, if you already received your EIP 1 and 2, perhaps you received EIP 1 and EIP 1 and it was based on a 2018 return, but you filed a 2019 return, and had the EIP 1 been based on 2019, you would have been able to get additional monies, for the stimulus on that EIP. You were not able to get those additional monies until you filed your 2020 return. So there was like a waiting period. For EIP 3, Congress recognized the importance of trying to get payments out more quickly. So if you get your EIP 3 based on a 2019 return, and of course, the majority of our returns that are validly filed and processed in our system are 2019, and say you received only $1,000 based on your 2019 return, but had we utilized your 2020 return, you would have received the full $1,400. As long as you file your 2020 return by August 15, 2021, it's possible for you to still get that additional $400 during this year, prior to filing your 2021 tax return next year. So, this additional payment provision, I think, is huge for our people, because again, for those people who would, who may have seen a drop in their income in 2020 because we went through this, public health emergency, where people may have had reduced hours, where people may have, lost their jobs, and again, their income levels may have dropped. And they would receive more on their 2020 return. It is possible that if you have EIP 3 again based on your 2019 first, but your 2020 return qualifies you for more, that as long as you file by August 15, it's possible for you to get that difference and not have to wait until 2022 when you file your 2021 return.
Did you already cover the order in which the stimulus payments for EIP 3 are going out? Like who gets it in what order?
Sure. So what we do is, and I was just, of course, we have to make sure that all of our programming follows the law. And so what we do is we look at all 2020 returns. And so we began to receive 2020 returns in Feb 12. So our system first looks at all of the validly filed and processed 2020 returns. And after it exhausts that, then it goes back and it starts looking at 2019 returns. Of course, we're still a little bit early in terms of processing the 2020 returns. So, there are going to be people who do receive it based on the 2019, but our system first looks at Feb 12, and then it looks at all of the returns that are validly filed and processed 2020. And again, then it starts looking at 2019. And so, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, please.
I was going to say, so for those people who may file online, if you file online again, you may have filed like in March 25, but your return is already in the system, and we've already been able to validate your social security number, and there's no other additional flags on that return. It's possible that an EIP 3 could be paid on that March 25 return again, as long as it's validly filed and processed. But because again, there isn't that same level of manual processing and manual processes that's involved with getting that to the point that it's considered validly filed and processed. But again, we look first at the Feb 12 and all of the returns that are filed for 2020 that are in our system that are considered validly filed and processed, and then we look at 2019.
I had a question from a person on the PUA who is, so they get the $10,000 amendment, right? But basically this person was saying that they already pay taxes on the PUA. So are people on PUA getting double taxed?
Well, so no. So if you've, and I'm assuming that what is happening is that they've had an amount withheld, or they've had withholding based on, what they have elected to do when they were paid the PUA payment.
Right.
So no, they will not be double taxed. But if they had already filed their return and had not already taken the $10,200 exemption, then I highly recommend that they go ahead and file that amended return so that they can take that $10,200 off of their taxable income. And, I will tell you that monies, those, it could be for a single a single tax filer, it's $10,200, off of your AGI. For a joint filer, that could be up to $20,400, taken off of your taxable income. So, it could be hugely significant. But no, as long as you file your return and you file it properly and you report the withholding properly, you should not be, double withheld.
I just got a call. Is DMV moving?
Yeah, so, we will. And of course, we've been trying to move out one of our branches, which is our vehicle registration branch. We were hoping to move it sooner. We actually were hoping to move it in the next week. We had just, based on our walkthrough that we did yesterday with DPW, we just had to make a decision just yesterday that we're not going to be moving out our vehicle registration branch until April 26th. And so we're shooting or targeting for April 26th to be the date that our vehicle registration branch will be moving to Building B at DPW, and that's down, of course, on Marie Corps Drive, just north of Triple J or north of Kmart. When you're heading north on Marine Corps Drive. So we're really, we've been working to try to do this for a while. It's taken a little bit of time to do the build outs in that particular space. But we're excited because once we do move our vehicle registration branch out to DPW, then, of course, we'll be able to serve both the vehicle registration and the driver's license services. We'll be able to do Monday through Friday. So that's been probably one of our highest priorities in terms of, just, again, trying to move to increase the capacity of our services for those particular branches. And so that's exciting for us. Again, we've been targeting and trying to move as quickly as possible on that. Obviously there's a lot of things that are involved. There's the cabling and there's, other, I guess, other construction items that, and we're thankful to DPW for working to assist us with those. But, we were hoping to be ready sooner, but we're targeting now April 26th for our vehicle registration branch to completely move down to DPW Building B. And when that happens, we will not service, vehicle registration up here at Barrigada, but we'll be able to service driver's license Monday through Friday.
Is EIP3 garnishable by any collections?
No, EIP3 is not garnishable. So you will not see any garnishments for outstanding taxes, for a GMH bill, or for child support.
What about any update on the RISE Act?
No, I don't have any update on the RISE Act at this time.
What's your favorite color?
What's my favorite color?
I'm just kidding. These questions are just coming in like, okay.
Yeah. You know what I really love? I know my deputy director was saying I seem to really like the colors red and pink, but I like all colors. Anyway.
Yeah. What about non-filers for EIP3?
That's a great question, and thank you for that, because we're getting a lot of people ask us about the non-filer form. We did open up a portal so you could file the non-filer form online, and we also were accepting non-filer forms, the paper forms. We are no longer accepting those. We stopped receiving those back in November 2020. But, of course, I've received the question, well, if I didn't file a non-filer form, by the deadline and I am a non-filer, then what do I do? Really the only mechanism for being able to receive, and I know, to go back to your question earlier, if I hadn't filed anything, then what do I do? You must really file a return, and that's the only mechanism for being able to receive an EIP3 or the recovery rebate credits for EIP 1 and 2. Again, the only mechanism for doing so at this point is to file a tax return. We are not accepting non-filer forms.
I had one more, and then I think Bree has one too. Just wondering, if a dependent over 16 years old that is still a full-time student in high school, are they still qualified for EIP2?
For EIP2, so for EIP2, of course, we talked about eligible dependents. And when we talk about eligible dependents as they relate to EIP 1 and 2, those were dependents that were under age 17, or that means they were 16 and under. So if your child was above age 16, unfortunately, for EIP 1 and 2, there was not that provision that allowed for those dependents to be, claimed or making their parents eligible for the EIP. But for the EIP3, there is that allowance. And so, no, there is not that possibility that a dependent above age 16, would qualify their taxpayer, whether it's their parent or guardian, for the EIP, because again, you must have been under age 17, which is 16 and under.
Okay. Another question from an online viewer, filed February 23rd. How long does it take to show on the system is processed?
You know what? For filing, I know our team has been processing, and so there's quite a process for us to be able to get a return in the system. I know that I had, because I also answer the phone calls, and sometimes I assist people with their issues for their returns when sometimes during my lunch hour, when my team there isn't somebody to kind of back some of my team members up, and so to help, I also answer phones, and I've actually seen some returns in the system that are they're a little bit later, I think in February. Again, how long does it take to get into the system? Again, we're doing our best to process as quickly as possible. I think that, of course, right now we're just paying out Feb 12 refunds. We're hoping to get through those as quickly as possible. We believe that once we get through the Feb 12 day, because again, there was over 10,000 returns that were filed on that day, that we'll be able to get through, the rest of the weeks, hopefully, is more quickly. We're allocating more resources to being able to get these returns processed so that we can get payments to our people and make sure that, of course, people can get their EIP3 as well. So, I can't say, historically, it's honestly taken a couple months for us to try to process. We're trying to definitely reduce that time. But, again, and we're putting as much resources that we have, as many of our resources that we have and can as possible into processing.
Mm-hmm. You mentioned that this was just the first payment, right, from the feds. When are you anticipating to get another payment? Right?
I'm sorry, Bree, I didn't understand. The first payment for
the EIP3?
Oh, so right. So perhaps the question is maybe when are we going to be making our next payment? So we did, of course, process our first payments on Saturday. We're expecting to process more payments this week. We'll give updates on that through the week as we do that. For yesterday, we did, of course, have to work on some additional validations. Also, we did work on processing refunds yesterday, and we'll be announcing, again, the amount of refunds later today. So, but for sure, our team is working to try to process more payments in this week. Our goal is to get out as many payments as possible, as quickly as possible to our people. And so, I think that through this week, people will see that those payments are going to be pushed out. And I think a lot of people will be very happy about that.
Dafa, I just got a call here from a woman who says her driver's license expired in October of last year, trying to get an appointment. What's the grace period that you talked about again?
So we did do an automatic extension for driver's licenses through December 31, 2021. So if your driver's license did expire from March 2020 all the way through December 2021, we did allow for a grace period for those people for their driver's licenses. If you remember though, Chris, Sabrina, and Jason, historically, if your driver's license was expired over a year, you actually had to take the written exam again. Yep. And so what we've done is we've not only extended the validity of these driver's licenses through December 31, 2021, but we've also, of course, had to make or take into consideration the fact that, because people can't come in and to freely as before, to renew their driver's licenses, and we have limitations in our ability to serve, that we, of course, we had to take those things into consideration, and we are not requiring the written exam if your driver's license expired during this public health emergency. Of course, if your driver's license did expire prior to that and you still haven't been able to kind of get in, there may be a problem. But the previously and how it usually works outside of a public health emergency is that if your driver's license is expired over a year, you generally have to take the written exam in order to be able to be licensed again. Again, to go back to it, so from March 2020 through December 31, 2021, if your driver's license is expired during that period, then you will not have to worry until the end of this year. We are working, of course, to try to get our system up and ready online so that we can do renewals and replacements of driver's licenses online, meaning you can actually get online and submit your application so that you can get your license in the mail. that's something that we're still working on.
Daph, what about vehicle? Same question, vehicle registration.
For vehicle registration, I believe that we had given, I think, the same consideration, but I'd have to check that. But for vehicle registration, again, the great part about renewing a vehicle registration is that, of course, you could do it online. You can actually get online, and as long as you have your safety inspection, as long as you have your auto insurance uploaded, and it is required by law that all auto insurance carriers that provide auto insurance on Guam upload their insured's information on our website, so on our system. So as long as all that information is uploaded, then you should be able to renew online, and you don't even have to come in. And so you can. And the great thing about it, there's a few things. Once you're able to print your vehicle registration, you can save it, and you can reprint it as many times as you want. And of course, after you've saved it, you get your tags in the mail. For the vehicle registrations, when you come in and you request for an actual reprint, when you request for a reprint, you actually have to pay for it. So the great thing about doing it online is you can pay, or you can reprint your vehicle registration as many times as you want without having to worry about paying for it. And again, you get your tags in the mail, and you don't have to come in. There are actually safety inspection agencies that have also taken on an additional role where they've got business licenses so that they can also assist people in registering their vehicles. So, not only are they now serving as safety inspection agencies, they're also providing that additional service where, I believe if you pay an additional fee, they'll go ahead and do your registration for you right there on the spot. So, there is that service available. And actually, it's exciting to see that people are, leveraging and utilizing this as an opportunity as well, where they're able to make a little bit of money, but they're also able to help serve our people as well, because, to stand in line and to do a vehicle registration here, can be timely or time consuming.
Daph, so if someone, because that was a lot, if someone's registration expired, let's say in like December of 2020, because I know we had you on before, and I thought you had said something like there was a 6-month window, or.
And I am actually pulling up because there's so much information. So please excuse me if I sometimes forget. So if you pull up our on our website, you'll go ahead and go to our COVID-19 section. And if you look at our motor vehicle section, it talks about our expired registrations, and it does state that vehicle registrations that expired during the period of March 16, 2020 to December 31, 2021, all the late fees will be waived on the condition that renewal is done by December 31, 2021. And so, there are no late fees or penalties for those people who are not able to renew their registrations until the end of this year.
We did have one question. I'm not sure if you answered it. What happens? What do you do with the stimulus check received after a family member passed away?
Okay, so if you have a family member who has passed away, and I know even for EIP2, I was also addressing some of this. If you have a family member who passed away after January 1, 2021, and they received an EIP3 payment, of course, as long, I guess the cutoff for someone to be eligible to receive that payment is that they had to be alive on January 1, 2021 for EIP3. And so if your spouse had passed away, and then, you needed to come in, you can go ahead and you can come into Revenue Tax, and you can you have to return that check so that a check payment can be reprocessed for you. Of course, we'll have to receive the individual's death certificate. So when you do come in, it's important you have all of the appropriate documents, again, to make sure that we can reissue those payments to you. But if someone has passed away, those checks must be returned back to us. Of course, those checks, my understanding is that they're not able to be negotiated because, the individual is no longer alive.
Wow. Daph, last question here before we let you go. What happened to the hot dog lady up there?
I actually don't know. And you want to know something? The craziest part is that I probably only had, I don't even know if I ever ate at the hot dog stand when she was here, because I'm not because I don't love hot dogs, because I really do, but just because I'm always kind of cooped up in my office and working. So I never really got the chance to go out and enjoy the hot dog lady, but I don't know where she went, but I know a lot of our team members are also missing her.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had
She's
this.
so good.
They had
You
this
missed out,
calamansi.
Daph, I'm sorry. We love you on the show, but you missed out. Those are amazing hot dogs.
They had this like calamansi denansi that with the
Yes.
onion, right? Yeah, because we used to go up there, and whenever we go up there, and always try and treat our photog to a hot dog. And I'm hungry, so I was just the whole time you're talking, I was just fantasizing about that hot dog. That was weird.
You know what? Unfortunately, I didn't get the opportunity to enjoy her before she left. So, but yeah, we don't have a hot dog lady up here anymore.
Thank you, Daphne. Hey, that's not even. You had so much good news. Don't even sweat the hot dog.
Wait, hang on, Daph. Last time we had you on, you did this wonderful like happy dance. You did like the Cabbage Patch. What have you got for us today? Because your agency has worked so very hard, and you guys are doing such a wonderful thing for our community.
No, I'm all danced out. I just want to, again, you know what, give a shout out to my team. Honestly, we really worked tirelessly to try to get this out. You know, as you saw on Saturday, just, you know what, within the same day of receiving notification, we turned around, 20,000 payments to our people. We're continuing to do that in between, of course, trying to, make sure that we pay refunds to our people. So, I'm very proud of what we've been able to do. And I'm very proud of our team for really just, again, through this public health emergency. And it's been a little bit of a challenging time for everyone. But, we've been here. We've been, of course, committed to, taking care of our people. I'm very proud of them. And I want to just say thank you to them, but also thank you to our people, Bree, Jason, and Chris. I mean, of course, our people, I know there was a lot of anxiety surrounding, what was going on with the IP3. When was it going to happen? And I'm hoping that, through our actions, we've really demonstrated our commitment to our people, our people are hugely important. Our commitment to serve is here. And again, I want to just say thank you to our people. Again, we're committed to serving. Over this week, you're going to see more payments for EIP3, and we're excited to be able to provide that information. I'll make sure that we get that directly to you, Bree, and Jason, and Chris. But have a great day, and thank you again for all that you do.
Daph, we're going to track down the hot dog lady. We're going to send you a deluxe, whatever you want on it. The whole works.
Thank you.
Are you a mustard lady?
Have a great day.
Stay safe.
I think she's definitely like relish.
Relish?
Yeah.
Okay.
She relishes.
Not the sweet kind, though.
I don't like the sweet kind.
She obviously relishes serving the community. So. See what I did there?
I saw.
Like
hard to not see what you did there, Jay. 7:59. We're about to jump on to KUAM TV, so I'm going to take a quick break. We're KUAM FM Agotnia Guam on the breeze. This is the link, and we'll come back on KUAM TV. It's Tuesday, April 13th, 2021, and we're back with more next. The show, again, proudly brought to you by East West Rental, Calvo Enterprises, IT&E, Carrier, and Jack in the Box.
Now, family platter of fried chicken. Check. Tray of red rice. Check. Birthday cake. Check. 1 case of water. Check. 12-pack of beer. Check. 2 cases of Pepsi.
Check. When you have a long checklist but are short on time, we got you. Get it delivered by us. Order on the app or website at uno-go.com. Guam on demand.
Shoot, I forgot the paper product.
Oh wait, UnoGo has that too. It's Dirty Politics Weekly on the Link, live on location. Every week, Chris and Sabrina will interview different political leaders out in the field to address environmental problems in our community. See firsthand how illegal dumps, littering, and other issues are plaguing our beautiful island and what's being done to help. Part of our Sustainability Matters campaign for Earth Month, in partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI.
KUAM-SM Hagåtña, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
Good morning, KUAM TV land. My name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
I'm Jason. Good morning.
And welcome to the second half of The Link, our multimedia broadcast extravaganza. So good morning on you, KUAM TV. Again, the show is proudly brought to you by East West Rental. Whatever you need to dig a ditch, they can help you dig that ditch. They got the technology. I was just thinking, Sabrina's over here thinking of all the things that we need to dig a ditch for. You need to dig yourself out of a sticky situation, they got the equipment for it. All right. Carrier from Aircon Baby 647 Cool, Calvo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box.
Super informative interview we just did with Daphne Shimizu of Revan Tech. She covered 1,000 different bases. I mean, and she is on top of her game. I mean, there isn't a inch of that very, very large agency she does not know about.
And we ended it with a hot dog on top.
Yeah. Have you guys ever had hot dogs for breakfast?
It made me crave a hot dog. I don't know why.
Have you ever had hot dogs for breakfast?
Yeah, man.
I would not mind a hot dog like right now. I'm
You
thinking.
mix it with the eggs and
Oh, yeah, yeah. Who hasn't had the... That's
Eggs?
right. No, yeah, you cut the hot dog up, and you scramble the eggs with the onions. Yeah, that's one we've always had. Right.
Wait, how long has this been a thing?
It's been a thing.
Scrambled eggs with hot dogs?
Yeah, it's good.
Okay, how do you guys do?
onions in it.
I'm learning a lot about you guys. I'm just like, okay, give me a hot dog, give me ketchup, give me mustard,
The traditional way.
give me relish. I don't go anywhere near the sauerkraut. Every once in a while, I'll do like a jalapeno or 3.
How about a chili dog? Ooh. that
I'm
sounds good.
hungry.
Chili dogs are good, but they don't travel well.
You know what I like about hot dogs is like all of a sudden like hot dogs they have like the healthy version, right? I don't even know if it's healthy, but it'll be like there's no lips and buttholes in this one. It's totally organic. It's uncured, right?
Oh, the kosher hot dog?
Yeah, I don't know. There's all these
Yeah.
different brands of hot dogs. So I bought a couple last week. Man, that was good. And I don't know, in my tomorrow mind, I'm like, oh no, it's healthy. You can eat 3. God, it's good. Okay, good morning. It's 8:04.
Okay, what about bun though? Are you guys like are you wheat or are you just like straight white bread?
Bro, I do the Hawaiian sweetbread.
Oh,
brother, because ono kind.
Oh, that's good.
Yep.
Okay,
Hot dog bun's key.
You win this round, sir.
Thank you. All
I
right.
still can't believe Daphne never tried it, but I can understand because she really is,
In that
super-
office?
Yeah.
She's grinding.
Right. Yep. Someone bring that lady a hot dog.
I know.
You know what? Bring her whole team a hot dog, bottled water, bag of chips, and everything like
Boom.
that. Just say Link family's taken care of. Inafa Malik extends to hot dogs, everybody.
There you go. It's Tuesday, April 13th. Let's go and get into the news now from the KUAM news team with the very latest. Sabrina Salas-Metzanani. Good morning, Sabrina.
Off at everybody, a 3-year-old boy was rushed to the Guam Memorial Hospital just after 7:30 last night with CPR en route. The child was reported missing in the East Higatnia area near Alupang Tower across Mobile. Units from the Guam Fire Department responded beachside and found the child on the shoreline. KUAM confirms GPD is also conducting an investigation. No word on the status of the 3-year-old at the hospital. Meanwhile, the search continues for 71-year-old Fernando Canlis, more commonly referred to as Andoy or Andy. With more, here is Peter Santos.
We continue our search day 5 today, and it's the same area that we've been, in hopes that we find something. But in the worst case scenario, we are prepared for anything, but we just want to see our dad.
According to the daughter of Canlis, Annalyn Gagarin, her father suffers from the early stages of dementia, often referring to his younger days as a construction worker. And although it's not a common occurrence, this wasn't the first time he's wandered away from home. And on top of his dementia, the Canlis family has another reason to worry.
My dad is also battling cancer, and he is going through chemotherapy, so that's another concern that we have. We just need answers. We haven't found any, so we're so hopeful, praying for the best. But of course, like I mentioned, it's been 5 days, so anything that could lead us to finding our dad would be really helpful. Gut feeling, I think he's still around. He's just waiting for us.
As several different rescue response teams continue to scour the area, dozens of members of the community have also lent their support, flying drones to aid in rescue efforts, lending search and rescue dogs, and providing meals for other volunteers. Unfortunately, all efforts have turned up negative results. Gagarin says they won't stop searching until they find her father and expressed her gratitude for all those who've helped so far.
I would like to thank the entire community of Guam for the outpouring support. We've been having support from the Guam Fire Department, Guam Police Department, Army National Guard, Army Reserve, the construction industry, family, friends, and civilian volunteers that's been with us since day one, searching for my father throughout the jungles of Jigo.
If you have any information on the whereabouts of Canlis, please call the 911 center. Or if you'd like to lend your hand in search and rescue efforts, you can call Gagarin at 671-486-5578. For Guam's News Network, I'm...
Police are still looking for 27-year-old Segundo Aguero Sablan, a man wanted for questioning by GPD Highway Patrol investigators relative to a fatal crash that occurred on March 23rd in Barrigada. He's believed to be armed and dangerous and should not be approached. Sablan is described as 5'6", brown eyes and brown hair, and has several tattoos. He was last seen along Route 8 by SK Laundromat. He is known to frequent Westbrook Street in Barrigada and Robot Street in Mongmong. If you know of his whereabouts, please call 472-8911. Superior Court Judge Vern Paris sentenced convicted felon David James Paco Cruz to 25 years in jail. In January of 2020, a jury found Cruz guilty of 2 counts of first-degree criminal sexual conduct and 2 counts of third-degree criminal sexual conduct for sexually assaulting a minor known to him on multiple occasions. Prosecuting attorney Lenny Rapadas said the defendant tried to portray the victim as a monster, but the jury found him to be the monster when they convicted him of the crimes. The victim remained brave throughout her testimony, and the sentence validates her bravery. With more news, here is Tyler Matanani.
Buenos half a day, everyone. I'm Tyler Matanani with your headlines here on The Link. Jury deliberations are now underway as both parties presented closing arguments in Vianney Jose's trial Monday morning. Jose faces 2 counts of first-degree criminal sexual conduct for allegedly raping a 16-year-old female victim nearly 3 years ago.
A jury of 12 must determine if the 16-year-old female victim of child pornography was physically helpless on the evening of November 4th, 2018, during a barbecue where drinking was involved. This result decides whether or not Vianney Jose is guilty of criminal sexual conduct for his alleged role in sexually assaulting the victim. Assistant Attorney General Christine Tenorio argues the victim was intoxicated to the point of being unable to give consent, and the prosecution believes that over the course of trial, they have proved Jose is guilty.
This is a case where this 16-year-old girl was violated on tape by 3 different males, and then it was subsequently sent out. The people believe that we proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Jose did commit the offenses of first-degree criminal sexual conduct in that he was aided or abetted by Dewey Pielet, Burton Borja, and he did engage in these sexual acts knowing that the 16-year-old victim was physically helpless.
While Tenorio argues it was a group rape, with all other co-defendants having admitted to their actions in the video by pleading guilty. Alternate public defender Peter Santos argues it was group sex, with the victim willingly engaging and not physically helpless, and that this case is a matter of deceit.
We're not dealing with some scared teenager. I'm not asking you to condemn her because of what she does. That's fine. That's not for us to judge. Okay? But you have to take note of what and who she is. The police and the prosecution asked what, but they never asked why. They never sought to know, to understand. They asked what, and then they made their own conclusions.
In response to Santos' closing arguments, Tenorio accused the defense of victim shaming.
When Mr. Santos says, why didn't the government question who she is? Because what? Because if this 16-year-old girl likes to drink, then all of a sudden she can't be raped, and it's more likely that she was not? You have to ask yourself these questions, because really, this is classic victim shaming. It is.
Jury deliberations are underway. Jose is one step closer to learning his fate.
On Monday, Public Health launched several COVID outreach events, including a community testing site at the old Carnival grounds in Tiden and 3 vaccination clinics at the Yoji Cowell Fieldhouse, Our Lady of Assumption Church in PD, and Tiden High. Here's more on how the community is coming together to do their part to protect Guam. We went over to Tiden High, where the Guam Department of Education, in conjunction with Public Health's immunization program, hosted their first school-based COVID-19 vaccination clinic. GDOE PIO Interim Michelle Franquez.
What we want to do is we have so many outreach programs for our community in general that we wanted one that was geared towards more of our students, students who are 16 years of age or older and are not only eligible but also interested in receiving the COVID-19 vaccine.
About 500 Pfizer doses will be offered at each school-based clinic. 16-year-old Tiden High student Thea Cruz says she decided to get the COVID vaccine because she misses being a kid, and come next school year, she'll be returning to face-to-face learning.
I kind of miss like normal life because I'm a teenager, can't go out anymore. Kind of makes you sad. Like I can't go to school and like see my friends anymore. And even if I do come to school, you know, there's so many restrictions.
Thea hadn't stepped foot on her school campus since last year.
I'm an online learner.
How has that been for you?
It's been really hard. That's why I want to go back and get this done.
For students eligible to get their COVID shots, Thea shares this message.
If you want us to get back to normal of being teenagers, get the dose. It's not that hard.
A bill that would set the standards for the practice of telehealth and telemedicine during a public health emergency underwent public hearing Monday. The measure by Senator Amanda Shelton also seeks to solidify agreements between healthcare providers and insurance companies to develop acceptable payment rates and methodologies. Shelton says similar legislation was introduced last term, but it failed to gain traction.
During that time, we heard from some folks on a very similar bill to this, that the free market would dictate the improvements needed to our healthcare system, the improvements that were necessary, the adaptations that we would need so that telemedicine and telehealth would be covered by all insurance. And we're learning now, over a year into this public health emergency, that there are still concerns from our constituents that telehealth and telemedicine is still difficult to obtain and be covered by insurance providers.
Shelton says the mandates in the bill would only apply during public health emergencies, but she was open to amendments that would extend it at all times. With regional headlines, here's KSPN2 News.
Hafaday Dantiro Guam. Here's what's making headlines in the CNMI. Neighboring islands have already announced reopening dates for tourism and travel bubble arrangements. This morning, Governor Ralph Torres shares what the CNMI is currently looking at in regards to our tourism industry.
We have a task force under the Governor's Economic Council advisor for air transportation. And we did have a few interest airlines out of Korea that we are working on, as well as some interest as well with other airlines on the open travel date, whether it's mid-May or even mid-June.
But those are just projections. Torres states the CNMI is taking a different approach in setting a solid date for opening.
We are looking at opening up May or June because we want to have our herd immunity here at least at 80% of our community. And this will allow all of our community to push hard for that open date because tourists is everyone's business. Tourism here is our only industry. And thus, when we open up our market, we want to make sure that we have the high percentage like I said, at least 80% of our community being vaccinated.
Currently, the population of fully vaccinated adults is at 32%. To reach the desired 80%, more vaccination opportunities are opening up. CHCC CEO Esther Munia.
We will also begin vaccinating around sometime next week for Tinian and Rhoda for 16 and under. We are working to get the Pfizer vaccines to Rhoda and Tinian so that they can have the equity of vaccinations for those below 18 years old.
For more news, please visit saipantv.com. For KSPN2, I'm Sally Limis.
That's the news for now. We'll see y'all at 6 tonight on Primetime.
Allegations of a kickback while working at GVB, a history of gambling, frequenting underground gambling events, discrepancy with a financial disclosure report with the Guam Election Commission, and using senatorial funds for campaign ads are the focus of an ethics complaint filed by Joseph F. Cruz against Senator Tello Taitagui. Cruz submitted the complaint to Speaker Therese Terlahi, requesting an ethics investigation and ultimately for them to recommend her removal from office. In a statement issued by the Republican lawmaker, she believes the complaint is yet another effort by critics to discredit her straight-talk, no-nonsense approach to dealing with issues, including special interest legislation, potential illegal drug activity, and questionable hiring practices in GovGuam, and legislation benefiting members of the legislature and their families. Senator Taitagui says every citizen has a right to file a complaint and that she is prepared to answer questions and respond to any investigation by the legislature. She calls the allegations baseless and, quote, will not be intimidated by these politically orchestrated moves to silence me, end quote. The Republican Party of Guam has selected Shelley Gibson as the new National Committee woman. Gibson replaces Margaret Metcalf, who died unexpectedly late last month. Gibson was the party's most recent secretary, who has served on different civic and government boards. She's also a lifetime supporter of the Republican National Committee and was mentored by Metcalf. I Komisyon I Fino Chamorro Zan I Finaguen I Historia Zan Linatla I Tautautano, or the Commission on the Chamorro Language and the Teaching of the History and Culture of the Indigenous People of Guam, will be holding its first phase of the Naan Lugat or Guam Place Names Project today. The first of 3 public hearings will be held at community centers around the island to review the names of the villages, starting tonight at the Haget Community Center at 6 o'clock. The hearing will focus on Southern Village names. Central Village names will be addressed in May, and Northern Village names in June. In other news, Public Health's request for an increase vaccine allotment for April was approved. Public Health requested almost 11,000 additional vaccines last Friday. They're expected to arrive any day now. The Biden administration says its vaccine rollout plan is accelerating, but it says it will not change how it distributes the vaccines to states, even if some states are seeing a rise in new cases. Natalie Brand reports.
The U.S. set a new one-day record for vaccine shots delivered this weekend. Andy Slavitt, the White House's senior COVID response advisor, tweeted 4.6 million doses were administered Saturday alone.
We're administering shots at a record pace, and we're adding millions more each week.
Michigan, which is seeing the country's biggest surge in new cases, is asking for more vaccines to be diverted to the state.
What's happening in Michigan today could be what's happening in other states tomorrow, and so it's on all of us to recognize if we can squash where we're seeing hot spots, it's in everyone's best interest.
But the Biden administration says it will not surge doses to state hotspots.
The answer to that is to really close things down, to go back to our basics, to go back to where we were last spring, last summer, and to shut things down, to flatten the curve, to decrease contact with one another.
The CDC says the rise in cases in the upper Midwest can be traced to the variant first detected in the UK and is being spread more easily among school-aged children, especially those taking part in sports. Michigan's governor is calling for a 2-week pause in youth sports and in-person learning in high schools.
We are encouraging schools to move forward, to take a pause right now, and to promulgate policies to keep their students and their staff safe.
The FDA says it's evaluating a new request by Pfizer to expand emergency use authorization of its COVID vaccine to young people ages 12 to 15. Natalie Brand, CBS News, Washington.
Meanwhile, the path to reopen the local tourism industry continues with more vaccinations scheduled for this week. Guam Hotel and Restaurant Association President Mary Rhodes says another clinic for employees is scheduled for tomorrow from 4 to 7 p.m. at the Hyatt. Rhodes says they requested 5,000 doses from public health. They were only allotted 1,200 for April, but they do hope to get more. So far, a total of 800 employees have been vaccinated at 2 previous GHRA clinics. As for the latest numbers, the Joint Information Center reports that out of 645 test samples taken on the 11th, 5 tested positive for COVID, bringing the total of officially reported cases of the coronavirus on Guam to 7,842 since March of 2020. 33 cases are active. There have been more than 7,600 recoveries. There are also 3 people who are currently hospitalized. To date, there have been a total of 136 COVID-related deaths. Our CAR score remains at 0.2. As for vaccination numbers, a total of 38,705 people have been fully immunized. And now here is Ken Concepcion with Chamorro News.
Buenas noches, este asunto que finalizamos Chamorro en KUAM News para martes de 13 de abril 2021. Inatakin linangis mantis matoto gi Guam Visitors Bureau, kaya historia proseso go Mambelero, o mahano pariji probido siya na sagang Gambelero, linatin ni zona financial disclosure na report gi Guam Election Commission, zanian na sasabi senatorial funds para advertisement campaign. Este siya anu gi ethics complaint no finayos Joseph M. Cruz kontra si Senadora Telo Taidogui. Hasamiti si Cruz ay na complaint guato gi Speaker Teresa Lahi, za requesta no mambestiga no ethics na komitea, za lusutumo sa marekomenda no manarsuha gi legislatura. Instrumento gina Senadora Taidogui ni Republican, lenya na hongi na estisya na nasaki sa taza mas na makikatagin ito gumaisag game ang discredit to. Barbaru niya komentus, seryoso kusumbenya sa tangin mamaising gay pod legislasyon siya, ni paro favor interesaw na spesyal. Nataw-taw siya, ipuritiligan na aktibidad bineno sa ni sistema na gobernamentong guahan, sa tangin manhuhu empleyaw siya para beneficyo na membro ni legislatura sa ni familia niya. Lenya mas si Senadora na kadauno na sudidano, gay diretso para fanfayo complain. Jesta piparagi para fan oppi masay hafa na kwestiyonya por investigasyon niya sa legislatura. Lenya na estisiya na inatake sa tay sustansya. Datu maispante niya doon siya na tauto imuna sasadbi motibon politikal para famarkilo patsab niya. Gyotro tikalo desde paugmaswipya ni polisiya si Segundo Aguero Sablan para makwestiyonya ni GPD Highway Patrol na investigators para G-Crash ni Pinino ang tauto giza barigada gidya 23 gibanso. Mahunggi na gayad mas sa peligro na tauto si Sablan. Dati debi di mafiyuni zanggit malii. Kasi 5P, 6 podgadas na lineka si Sablan. Kulo Brown na tadog niya sa nikapatulunya sa mega tatunya. Yuto mo biyahe na malii sa ifyo na GSK Laundromat gita Route 8 na talan. Masangan na sa sumanawgatu gi Westbrook Street giza barigada sa ni Robert Street giza Mongmong. Kumunlii sa Sablan agang i 472-8911. Gyotro tikulo si Franklin John Salas no masentensya ni Federal por Bineno sa admitin na nasadbi meth na Bineno 2 meses na tempo tati za kontradisi kondisyon ni na release. Tatig Hulyo na mes 2016 na sakan, masentensya para 108 meses gi preso sa tinatizin ni 3 años na pinilang release. Masentensya sa purakit sa gimanyuli Bineno sa intensyon niya sa para distribute. Pues gi November 2020 na sakan, maribahan ni korte sentensya niya, minster para sa tempo ni esta kumpli gi preso sa banat tinatizin ni 3 años na pinilang release ni sumanaw i house arrest. No sinanga ni korte, gimapos na semana umano si Salas para di new beginning sa programa para tutuhon para maamti por bisyon niya Bineno. Za por este na rason madeteni na sa disposisyon niya. Za para mabira siya tatigikoti 30 dias na tempo destipago. Fafana si Salas, 3 hasta 9 meses gi preso sa por kontradisi kondisyon ni release niya. Yuto mo na sunto sa por mananangay para mababa do nuevo ekonomiya at si International Dining Concepts na grupon sa Gansamotsu sa maschedule di job fair gi Metculis. Este na kompanya sa Xiaomi Luluy di Bitchin Shrimp, California Pizza Kitchen, Bantay, zani Picas Cafe. Mamanispipya empleo siya para cook, prep staff, dishwashers, bussers, hosts, servers, bartenders, and managers. Para masasedi fair gi Bitchin Shrimp na sagan sumotso gi na di Pacific Islands Club na hotel. Siniha gawafan ma interview gui na mismo na lugar gui na dia. Spokesman para kumpanya si Jennifer McFerrin, asangan naman manispipya siya 30 na Enero para mababa din na bitchin shrimp na sagan sumoto gi Micronesia mo, dyan para mababa niya gidispoy si California Pizza Kitchen gizahagat niya. Sa ganito rin sa foto dyan ito mo resume, pluma, dyan na serbi mask. Ilan niya kumpanya na todo reglamento ni dun instansyon sosyal, dyan seguridad sa paromata tizi. Para KOAM News, wow second conception.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink, brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water, airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the field, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Family platter of fried chicken?
Check.
Tray of red rice?
Check.
Birthday cake?
Check.
1 case of water?
Check.
12-pack of beer?
Check.
2 cases of Pepsi?
Check. When you have a long checklist but are short on time, we got you. Get it delivered by us. Order on the app or website at uno-go.com. Guam On Demand.
Shoot, I forgot the paper product.
Oh wait, Uno Go has that too.
But I swear I'll never change. So just keep the light up, keep the light up, keep the light up, keep the light up, and remember my face. Big up to all the warriors, working hard every day, no matter what the situation is. Man, love my co-pollination. Strong and listen to what they book. Elementary school must say, I watch these birds fly. They remind me far I am from where I'm from. They're getting higher and they fly inside me. Righteous soon to tell you how.
It's 8:30. Good morning. Tuesday, April 13th. Welcome back to The Link. My name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Joe Sir on the ones and twos. Jason Solis. Random tangents. On demand. Sometimes not even on demand. He keeps trying to convince us that we want to eat hot dogs for lunch today.
Well, hot dogs for breakfast would have worked too, but we're thinking now mid-morning lunch.
Well, I don't know. Now that Bree brought up hot dog scramble, I feel like she's obligated to let us try it.
I still have no idea what you guys are talking
Yeah, did you get the onions? They're like
Scrambled
translucent.
eggs on hot dogs, really?
Yeah, where you been
Really?
living, bro?
No.
He's been eating his grilled cheese.
You know, he's been eating his bagel bites.
No, remember, Sabrina, when we went to New York City? I always wanted to try a New York City hot dog. And it was, I was surprised at like how, like how literally pedestrian it was. It was very, very plain, but man, it was so good.
What I remember about New York City is when we went to that deli, I think it was, and you were trying to be all conversational, and the guy was just like, "What do you want?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how I feel on this show.
Hey,
a lot.
buddy, man, I got people lining up over here. Come on,
Hey,
you
forget
gotta make
about
your
it.
order. Why you gotta be a jerk about it? Come on, buddy.
I had a good hot dog in the Bay Area where these like Latino guys, they grill the hot dogs and they have like sausage and peppers.
Oh,
and
the
all that
grilled
stuff.
hot dog. Ooh,
Yeah, it was good. It was good.
No, see, I went to public school here and everything, so I've got very, very fond memories of many fundraisers where we would just have hot dogs boiled in the rice pot, and they were like 75 cents, and that's eat like 2 of those during a game. You warm up during the JV, get your vocal cords already. You blow your vocal cords out cheering for your home team during the varsity game, and that's a great Friday night.
We talk about the hot dog vendor that was up at Rev and Tax. They're originally from Telefofo, but I wanted to also recognize the hot dog lady, the former mayor of Agatna's wife.
Mrs. Ngakta.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. Her unofficial name, everyone kind of like lovingly said, they said Tan Marie and Sexy.
Yeah, yep, 10 million short shorts.
Yeah, because they had like the biking shorts in it.
I don't know who wore shorter shorts, her or the mayor.
and they would always set up like their hot dog vendor stand across from the ITC
They
building.
put like 10 kids through
GCIC
college
building.
or something.
Yeah,
Right,
the GCIC building, like right on the bay. Oh man.
People always talk about the hot dog, which, I mean, let's just be honest. There's not really a lot you can do with a hot dog. But the longer it steams in that steaming thing, it just gets like tender.
Mm.
And they also had a really good egg burger. Anyway, are we having hot dog for lunch?
We are now, but I am not having it with scrambled eggs. You guys have got to be crazy. Scrambled
You're gonna
eggs.
be made into a believer one way or another. From the hot dogs to the hot seat. Let's go into the KUAM News Zoom room here, where we have Republican Senator Tello Taitigui joining us this morning. The subject of an ethics complaint that was sent to Island Media and Speaker of the Legislature, Speaker Therese Terlahi, yesterday. Good morning, Senator.
Good morning, Chris, and good morning, Sabrina and Jason.
Good morning, Senator.
Good morning, Jason. Yeah, well, we're back here again on another ethics complaint.
Yeah, but
Just like my thing said, it seems like I'm pushing some buttons and people are not happy with me, asking the hard questions or calling them out or,
I wanted
taking
to-
hard positions.
Senator, if we could, because the Agora Executive Director, Ray Taposny, had sent me this. So he had filed an ethics complaint against you last year, and this was relative. There was a hearing, and I believe it was a confirmation hearing. Yeah. Wait, do you want me to send that to you?
Oh, yeah, if you want.
The Ray Taposny one. The picture is for later.
Okay.
So there was a hearing. I want to say it was for Agora board member, right?
Yeah.
And then, of course, Ray had sued his board, and so you had asked, hey, how do you feel about being on this board? You could be sued by the director, and he, boy, got his panties all in a bunch. Was very upset about it. He actually ended up filing an ethics complaint, and we just got, he sent me the response, which was sent to him in July of last year. The Committee on Ethics received a verified complaint from Mr. Ray Taposny. After screening the complaint pursuant to Rule 10 of the Rules and Procedure for Committee on Ethics and Standards, the committee, by majority vote of its members, has determined the screened complaint does not warrant further action by the Committee on Ethics and is hereby dismissed. So that was the last ethics complaint he had against you. With this most recent one, I know you had issued a statement.
Yeah.
But I guess I was just wondering, like, in the statement, what was it exactly that you had said?
Well,
There's a lot.
I think it mentioned that I might be pushing some buttons on, more buttons and people not liking it that are being questioned or called out, and probably distract. It's more like intimidation and distraction on on the work that I'm doing right now, I could kind of guess who's doing this who's behind this ethics committee, or not committee, I'm sorry, this ethics complaint. So I just think that, it comes with the territory. It's your famous line, Sabrina, it is what it is. But it's definitely not going to, stop me from asking those hard questions and moving forward and not being intimidated by it. I've always said on the show that, I always ask the public, please don't turn a blind eye. If you see something, say something. If you're too afraid to do it, I understand. Not everybody, wants to put themselves in a predicament. I mean, like myself. I mean, I didn't run in this election to sit back and do nothing and say nothing. And I think the encouragement from the public asking me to continue to do what I do, they like that I ask the hard questions. They like that I'm going after people who are involved with, the crime or government corruption. And it really gives me a lot of strength to move forward. I'm getting a lot of texts this morning saying, keep up the fight. We know this is all, BS and, et cetera. But I think if I were to be intimidated, and stay quiet, then who's going to fight the fight? So I'm going to keep moving forward and doing what I do and try to focus on the important things that I've been working on. Like the medical malpractice. It finally introduced yesterday, with Speaker Talana. I know, but we can save that for another time, because I definitely would like to talk to you about that with the speaker on, that we have this legislation, and it's with many co-sponsors, about 12 of us total. So I'm really excited about that. And of course, I'm introducing later on today 3 more villages for name changes, which after that, I will hold off until the Commission reviews. So the southern villages of Humatak, Hagat, and Maleso, the spelling, the pronunciation, everything is already in place. So the next step is just to create legislation to change those names. And it's more than just changing the names, Chris and Sabrina. It's about, our identity, our Chamorro identity, and for our children and our future generations to now start, speaking more in their native tongue, to know who they are. So things like that are moving forward, and I'm not going to give up, and I'll continue to fight corruption and definitely those who are loss of trust in our public that are sitting in government positions. But anyways, go on.
Yeah,
I'm sorry to.
Right, yeah, I wanted to give you this opportunity to go through this ethics complaint, because there were several allegations here that, people would want to hear your response. And I wanted to start with this whole issue with GVB and the minutes that they were referring to from this executive session in November of 2016. And the transcripts that were released, and they described you, Telo Taitagui's incompetence associated with her work performance. There were also references with employees concerned on her tendency of bypassing protocol and directly interfering with vendors. And this is where I'm going to quote it right here. However, what was the most concerning comment in the document was a mention by board member Bruce Kloppenberg, who was quoted by stating, quote, "Then there was the kickback." And he was referring to some purse, some high-end purse that you supposedly had received from a vendor. Can you kind of explain what exactly is this about? And do you have this purse?
Okay, first of all, no, I don't have the purse. I think it's easier for me to start from the very beginning. As the deputy general manager going into GVB, I saw a lot of things that I wanted to point out that I thought was very unfair, and that the way certain decisions that were being made were being biased to one group of individuals. So, like who I am, I call it out. For instance, I think this whole issue of why they were so upset during the latter part of 2016 was most especially on this, it was on the complaint of this legislation that was introduced Now, you know what I didn't realize that I found out too, Sabrina, was the fact that when you have board meetings, executive board meetings, that you're not privy, the public's not privy of those minutes until 6 months later. I had no idea it was that long before you could find out what happened in a meeting. But anyways, I was able to get those minutes of the meeting. And after Bruce made that comment, they just blew him off and said, no, let's move on to something else, because there was no merit to that at all. And this purse was a donation to our Christmas party that we had. And it was given to Rose Cunliffe, signed for and everything for the Christmas party. So as far as having a purse, no, I think the board was more upset about this legislation that would actually change up the board, the composition of the board. So that's what they were really upset about.
Senator, because we popped up the picture on here, and I just got to say, because I've seen stuff on this purse thing, and it's like when you tell a lie and enough people start to tell it, it just snowballs it into some, like the biggest piece of fake news. And you guys can see here on the picture that the bag was returned to GVB, the bag that was received by Senator as part of the Christmas party raffle, right? Can you go into kind of that and how the different GVB managers were supposed to collect prizes for a Christmas party?
Yeah, that's actually, prior to that, I was the chairman of the Christmas party, my first time doing that. And one of the things that everybody has to do is take solicitation letters and go out and solicit for gifts for our fundraiser, as well as our Christmas party for our employees. So I had done my solicitation the following year, knowing that, okay, they're going to hit us up with these solicitation letters. So I was able to get a purse, some cards, gift cards from Macy's for the Christmas party. So it was when I left GVB to go to the Philippines to take my sister for some medical treatment in the Philippines. This was in December. Our Christmas party wasn't until January. So I told the chairman of the Christmas party, I said, I have these gifts for our party. Do you want them now or when I get back from the Philippines? He said, oh, just hold on to them. So when I was in the Philippines is when I got my Dear John letter. And so when I came back, I gave all my keys, my documents, my cell phone for GVB, and turned everything in, along with all the Christmas gifts that were given. So they were signed for and received, and it's as simple as that.
So if that's the case, Senator, why are people still accusing you of getting this bag? It's clear if you can see that you signed off and returned it before you left the Bureau.
I think because there are people out there who just want to discredit my ability as a senator, or, try and take me down, or basically shut me up from, asking these questions, going after people who need to be questioned or who's lost the people's trust. And that's why they keep bringing this up. We'll try and get her at that. And hopefully the people of Guam will not understand that the bag was returned. So we'll go ahead and keep using that and let people think differently. So I appreciate the opportunity to explain what had happened and what this whole bag issue was. But
so that's the bag thing, but there's like about 500 other things in the complaint too.
Just to continue on with GVB. One of the things that I did, and I know that the board was very upset with me because during one of the storms, I went out and to find out what was really causing the flooding in Tumon, in this one area. And while I was out there, I was noticing that there was water being pumped out of the back of the Sandcastle, who at the time was our chairman of the board, Mark Braldiga, pumping water out of the back of his parking lot onto the street, and that was causing the flooding. So I took a picture of that, sent it to EPA, and said, this is a clear violation. You guys need to look into this. This needs to stop. This is very unsafe, for the cars, and this is why it's flooding so badly. So of course, doing that along with, the legislation, they were not too happy with me because I was calling them out. And one of the legislation, clearly what it did was provide more of an equal playing field for all business to have the opportunity to sit on the board that oversees $22 million. And that is providing more people with the opportunity who are small businesses. And you weren't seeing that. You were seeing the same group of horsemen that were on GVB for decades. And this legislation was changing that. So of course they were very unhappy with, with me, but I am not going to sit idle or turn a blind eye to what was going on at GVB. And if you notice, I've introduced legislation again this term to try to adjust that type of practice that's been going on at GVB for years and provide that equal playing field. So that I spoke to the oversight chair, Senator Shelton, about the legislation, as well as the president of GVB, and they're in support of it. So I'm just waiting for a public hearing. So I'm pretty sure I'm going to get some more ethics complaints against me. So stand by.
Well, I don't know if they have anything left to complain about because there was a bunch of other issues in this letter, Bree.
Yeah. So one of the other points was this restraining order and a lawsuit in 2013. When I guess while you were working at the governor's office, you were sued by Miss Arminda Tuzan, and it kind of was related to a social gambling event, and the two of you got into an argument, and somebody lost money. What is your response to this?
That is totally not true. I think KUAM even covered that segment in 2013. Armanda used my name when she was going after a particular job, and used my name for reference. And in no way did I want my name to be used for reference for her. And so I brought it to the attention of the person that she provided this reference to, that no, my name, I did not give her the authority to use my name. I do not endorse her for this position at all. And of course, she got all upset and she filed a defamation of character lawsuit on me. We went to court, and she dropped the case because there was nothing there that could, with merit or anything with a defamation at all. So she dropped the case. My father wanted me to countersue her for, bring this to court, but I didn't. I just let it go and said, that's fine. I think if I was just a nobody, that probably wouldn't have gone that far. But I think her weapon of choice was putting my name in the media to make it look bad. So that's what happened on that case there.
Mm-hmm. So the two of you weren't arguing over something about a social gambling.
I don't get along with her. I mean, that's why I called her the person that she provided my name to as a reference, because no, I don't get along with her at all. However, time heals all wounds, and I think she called me recently about 6 months ago, I think it was, about something, and just to tell me something, and that was it. Mm-hmm. I don't even remember what the conversation was about. It was really quick. Just say hi. So that was it.
Mm-hmm.
Next.
A September 2015 online edition of the Sunstar Philippines notes a meeting in Cebu, which then Deputy General Manager of GVB, Atelo Taidagui, was in attendance with the General Manager of a local hotel, and among the discussions was a conversation which included attracting a casino resort to Guam. This meeting was paid for by Guam taxpayers, and this was despite Guam voters rejecting a casino industry in Guam on more than one occasion.
Nope. Don't remember that. I've been to Cebu with GVB, but I don't remember discussing anything about a casino. They don't even have casinos in Cebu. Okay. I don't think they do. Mm-hmm. No, that is totally false. Okay. I don't even know who they're talking about.
Okay. With the known ongoing federal... With the known ongoing federal investigation into an illegally operated online gaming syndicate, which includes several local law enforcement officers, many in the community have stated that Ms. Taitakwi, who is well known in the local gambling community and is a frequent visitor of game rooms, is part of the investigation.
No, I don't go to game rooms. Number one, it's pretty scary, so I don't go to game rooms. And as far as this app thing, no. And I wish this federal investigation would continue, would finish their investigation. It will prove that I'm not part of it or never used an app to gamble on. I'm not that techie.
Interestingly, in an interview with the morning radio talk show a few weeks ago, when asked if
which talk show was that? I think that was this talk show. Yeah. I mean, morning talk show, though, we're much more than a morning talk show.
The number one talk show in Guam.
When asked if she gambles, Senator Taitakwi stated that she does not consider herself a gambler and occasionally frequents bingos for fundraisers and the games of chance at the Liberation Day carnivals. What she failed to note are her regular appearances at high-stakes card games, game rooms, and underground events, such as where she had the confrontation with Miss Tuzon. There's also that picture of her at the slot machines in a Vegas casino circulating around social media.
Oh, is that illegal, though? Man, Senator, I got to say, because we did ask you if you're a gambler, and it wasn't just, it was a time before that, too, and you did say that you play cards, is what I recall, and that you do go to the bingo fundraisers or whatever.
No, I'm a social card player with my friends. I enjoy doing that socially. If I'm by the way, this photograph they're talking about, I went to my Facebook page, and it was my Mully and myself over in the Philippines. We were doing our executive checkup, and we decided to go to that opening of that new hotel with the casino, and we took a picture. I think it was my birthday. Yeah, it was my birthday. So yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong there. But social gambling is not illegal on Guam. You can have a group of people, and you remember during the time, or Manamku, during the rosaries or the wakes, that they would be playing cards, passing the time. But it's like they're making gambling like a 4-letter word. I mean, you're calling all those people who like to go to bingo or like to go take trips to Vegas or the Philippines to play. I don't think there's anything wrong with it at all. As long as I enjoy hanging out with my friends and playing, cards with them. We have our best conversations there. But other than that, and there's nothing illegal about social gambling.
Nothing illegal about social high-stakes card games?
No, nothing. If you look at the Guam Code Annotated, if you look at the law, I think it's 9 GCA, Chapter 64. It says it clearly that the game or contest takes place on private premises. I usually hang out with my friends either in their backyard or that all wages are presented at the premises. No charge is made directly or indirectly as a condition or entering the premises or waging upon result of game or contest. Nothing is sold, offered for sale, or rented or premises. I mean, that's the law that says it. I mean, looked into it. In fact, I looked into this law when I went to one of the carnivals, the fiestas. Remember when they had the fiestas and they would have their little arcades or little carnival setups and stuff like that. So I looked into the law to find out about it. But that one is kind of controlled scenario. It's basically made to help fundraise for that village organization, the committee. And I've attended many of those. I know that it helps them on a fundraising basis, but I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I think what's happening here is that people are trying to deter what I'm trying to do, and that is go after those individuals who, are self-interest
Senator, who though? Is it the Democrats or the Republicans? Because from what I'm hearing, this is like friendly fire coming from within your own party.
I think so too, to tell you the truth. It's I think it's coming from an individual where I questioned a new appointment of a party member for an officer, and we've been calling other Republicans asking, and they too feel the same way, that this person should never have been appointed or put in that position. And next thing you know, I mean, we were doing that for like 3 days. And then next thing you know, on Monday, this comes out. I mean, we all know where it usually stems from, so social media that, driving these individuals to try and, discredit people like myself or individuals who are trying to help the people of Guam. I'm just very grateful that the work that I'm doing people are coming up to me and telling me that they thank me for asking the hard questions and being straightforward and no nonsense, going to the point. So that gives me a lot of courage to keep going, because when you're throwing rocks, you have to be prepared. Those rocks are going to be thrown back at you. And I'm prepared for that. I'm not going to sit back and be a senator that's just going to exist. I'm going to be a senator that's going to go out and help the people of Guam and ask these questions and go into the media, because they're not given the opportunity. They feel that, oh, I'm a nobody. Nobody's listening to me. Well, I'm listening, and I'm going to bring those questions up.
There's still,
especially during.
Right. Go ahead. There's still a couple of things, Senator. We just kind of want to go down the line here.
Yeah, there's just two more. Yeah, there's two more.
Okay.
In a 2020 financial disclosure report to the GEC, you reported that you own a business, Telephoto, with an estimated value of $10,000. However, Ms. Taitigui claims that in 2019, she earned $12,630 from this entity. There are no online mentions of the existence of Telephoto, and it is very unusual for a business value to be lower than the annual income it generates, as it usually is the opposite. This questions where this additional income was generated from.
I'm going to reach into my cabinet, but I have it locked, to show you a picture of my business license. Mm-hmm. I have a business license. It's called Telephoto. I used to be a photographer. Many people know it. I took pictures at the school, and I have a company called DBA, The Graduate Inc., where I sell graduation cap and gowns, invitations, and rings. The company is now being taken over by another company to do all this work, and I just make a commission from it. So I'm not really involved in it, but I still hold my business license. It's filed every year. My GRTs are filed every year. My business license, I pay the corporation fee. So yeah, what's illegal? What was illegal about that? I forgot that section. I don't know what was illegal.
They just say that there are no online mentions of the existence of Telephoto, and it's very unusual for business value to be lower than the annual income it generates, as it's usually the opposite. This questions where this additional income was generated from.
Well, every year that individual has to, the one who's taken over, by commission to use my company to sell cap and gowns, they have to go every year to all these schools to get contracts. And some years they don't get the contracts. Jostens gets the contracts, or another company will get the contracts. So it's not like consistent. So one year I could do GW, JFK, and Okadu. And one year I could do all those three plus Southern High School and another school. So it varies up and down. But what was the legal part of this? I'm sorry if I'm not answering your question.
I'm sorry, Senator. I'm not a lawyer.
Yeah, I'm just reading what this person's alleging here. Let's move on to
the part.
Yeah. So the final one was the Guam legislature's website states for the period of October 1, 2019 to September 30, 2020, Senator Taitigui issued a contract for media design to Mr. Myung Jun Hong, a resident of California. The objective was to create campaign advertising at taxpayer expenses. Can elected officials utilize their office budgets to aid in paying for campaign ads, or is this illegal?
Myung was hired from my office because of his work. He was my media go-to guy, graphic artist, as well as IT guy. So I had hired him. Now, if you're asking if they do anything for my campaign, yeah, but after hours, if even my staff, I mean, you see people going up, putting up signs And you know, I'm really grateful for people helping me out during the campaign, but I really like to pay them, you know, for doing it. But anyways, it's another story. And I think the last time Myong, I don't have him currently in my staff. Last year, I think we let him go in September 2020. Our budget is really low, so I couldn't afford to help him. But you know, he was kind enough earlier this year when I came in to create my business cards, my legislative business cards. But he did a lot of our work on my Facebook page and coordinating my print cards.
Senator,
things like that.
I guess specific to this allegation, did Myong do any campaign work where he was compensated with funds from your office budget?
No, nothing. He did not do any campaign work for me on working hours or business hours at all. What he did on his spare time, that was different. Just like other staff members, you know, when it comes to campaign time, they go out and they do things, but not on business time. No. And if it came down to paying Myong for his work, we did when it came to campaign stuff. But no, he was hired from my office to help my office out.
Okay, so I want to move now into your response and the statement that you issued. You know, Senator Tairigui haters, Tima Maigusi, but there was one thing you wrote here that, you know, you're pushing some buttons with your positions, your hardline positions. And one part you said was local Republican Party politics. What did you mean by that?
Well, I think Chris alluded to that earlier, if it was in our own party. And like I said earlier, I think that, you know, this probably stemmed from, you know, my questioning the appointment of this latest National Committee chairwoman.
Shelley Gibson. Shelley Gibson was appointed by the party
Right.
as the National Committee chairwoman.
And I'm thinking, you know, that it could have stemmed from that because we were talking about with other Republicans about this and their take on what's going on with this new appointment since Friday. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we were on the phone talking to all of them, and all of a sudden on Monday, this ethics comes out, this complaint comes out. So, you know, it's unfortunately, but also could be within our own party. You know, we have issues within our own party. I'm sure all, you know, other parties do too. But yeah, that's what I meant by that particular section.
So to me, this is about the factions in the Republican Party, right? Because Shelley kind of represents that Mary Torres faction, which totally hates the Joanne Brown, Tello Tairigui faction. And so I'm very privy to a lot of this infighting that goes on and a lot of these backroom orchestrations and attacks. And I guess, I mean, deals. I mean, I'll just say, like, I get Republicans who complain to me all the time about you and Joanne. And so this is, I think this is what this is about, is like you got factions of the party that probably made a deal with Lou, that want to roll over for Lou for the next election. And they want to, that's the only thing I can think is because you and Joanne are very critical of the administration. And then you get the Mary Torres Republicans who are practically in bed with the administration. And so that's what I see this, to me, outside looking in.
Well, it's you have a good eye, first of all. Both of you both have good eyes. I mean, you can read body movement, body language, they call it. But I really think that what Joanne and I are doing, moving forward with calling out those who in the government who are losing the people's trust. I just think that you're not going to make everybody happy here, you know, in the first place. You're not all going to agree, you know, things like that. But you just have to keep moving and make sure that these things don't distract you. These individuals who try to take you down or, you know, bring these ethics complaints up that would, you know, discredit your what you're doing. You just got to keep moving forward. And that's what I'm doing. And I'm going to continue to fight the fight and speak up. No nonsense.
So when is there going to be a vote on this whole Shelley Gibson thing, or?
It's done.
It's
Oh,
done?
I'm not sure. At this point, what we're trying to do right now is find a way to have an opportunity to vote or have the executive committee to reconsider.
Reconsider, because she
That's-
already has been appointed as the committee woman.
Yeah, it's done through the executive committee. So what we're going to do now is just, ask for a reconsideration. At least I am. I'm going to ask for it.
Who's on the executive committee?
There is our chairman, Juan Carlos, Kate Baltazar, James Tribune, Evelyn Casil, Benny Panaula. And then you have the minority leader who has a position there, Senator Chris Duenas. They're on it, yeah.
And they were the ones who made the decision for Shelley.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, without even reaching out to other potential individuals.
Well. That was a lot of fun.
Well, aren't you saying, Sabrina, it is what it is?
Those are the governor's words, by the way.
Yeah. So, Senator,
I
what-
know.
do you know?
I really appreciate the opportunity for you guys having me on here, and it's important that I explain myself to the people because I work for the people of Guam, and if they're asking these questions, then I'm here to answer them. Most people say just let it go, don't say anything, get away from it, or don't even talk about what's going on. I have nothing to hide, and I'm an open book. I've always been an open book. But one of the things, if you know me from years past, you know that I've always been a person that speaks your mind and tells it like it is. And I don't do it with any vendetta or ill intentions. I do it because I think that people want to know the truth. I want to know the truth. I want to know if I can trust this individual moving forward. This Joe Cruz person has every right, to file an ethics complaint. But if you're going to do this, just to try and shut me up or, stop me from asking these hard questions, then no, I'm not going to be intimidated and I'm not going to stop. I'm going to keep going. Like I said, I don't want to be a senator that just exists. I want to be a senator that actually makes a difference.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Well,
Thank you,
there was your ethics hearing. I mean, I just don't get it. Going through the substance and the nature of the complaint, it's like the purse thing, easily discredited. You got a picture of you at a slot machine on your Facebook. Oh, my God. Lock her up. Lock her up.
Who's the chair of the ethics committee? Do we know?
At this point, I'm not sure. Like I said, they rotate. I know that the speaker receives all ethics complaints, and then senators rotate on the ethics board. So I'm not sure at this point. You'll have to ask the speaker's office.
Okay. Well, thank you, Senator,
Yeah,
for
thank you,
coming
Senator.
on.
Well, thank you, and thank you for all the encouraging words of people texting me and mentioning to keep up the fight and don't be intimidated. I greatly appreciate that because that really gives me the energy to continue to do what I do. I know that I'm probably going to have people go after me, the haters or what, but that's their prerogative. And I just hope they see that what I'm trying to do is make Guam a better place and a safer place to live.
Well, haters
That's
not
it.
hate. It is what it is.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator.
guys.
Okay, see you.
Adios, Sabrina and Jason. And by the way, please, I didn't want to really get into the medical malpractice bill that was on unless speakers here. So we'll make an appointment to come on the air to tell the listening audience about this really important legislation. And tonight the Commission is meeting at Haget. So just a shout out for that one too as well. I'll be introducing the other three bills for the other southern villages. So until then,
okay.
Adios.
Adios.
Create a great day, everybody. Create your day. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Senator. There you go, Senator Tello Taitagui. I just appreciate that she came on. I mean, I called her right away. I was like, hey, you got to come on and, answer these issues. So we kind of went down the line one by one. What was your takeaway, Bree? some of the explanations for that?
I think she answered every question.
She did, yeah.
Every point that was on that ethics complaint. I'm interested to see, what's next. Who's on this ethics committee over at the Guam legislature? And is this something that is it Duenas Anthony Kinga, right?
Oh yeah. Because there's no ethics commission. They're not ready to receive complaints.
Oh, yeah, that's
right.
Yeah.
So.
And these are like old, like from 2000.
It almost looks like they just threw a bunch of stuff together in a letter and. Okay, so that's going to be, there's some comments here. Did you take a designer bag as a kickback? Yes or no? The senator answered no, that the purse she had received was for a GVB Christmas party. She then returned that. We attached the picture of the letter and the confirmation, which was signed off by GVB during the interview. And then there was another, what's a bigger issue here is not just the receiving the bag, but also the gambling issues. On that, I would just say...
She says she's not part of that online gambling investigation, but is hoping that the findings are out and they let the public know.
She's like, hurry up and finish so I can see I'm not involved with... And we asked her about it before, and she admits she plays cards, yeah. So, I mean, that's on you guys. Like, I know gambling's a moral issue, but from the way the senator described it, it seems like she's operating within the confines of the law. But do you want your senators to be gamblers? That's up to you guys. Then we had another comment here from Harvey. Sounds like a bunch of trumped-up accusations of a dubious nature designed to discredit a tough, hard-working senator. Chamarita Regis writes, Bula Joe Cruzes. There's a Joe Cruz in every department of Go Guam. And that's what I did. I was like, okay, I know a bunch of Joe Cruzes, but a Joseph F. Cruz, I don't know. Right?
That makes it a little bit more specific.
Yeah, but there's probably like 50 Joseph F. Cruzes, right? Okay, 9:13, guys. We're going to take a break, and we're coming back with Department of Public Health and Social Services, the Senior Protective Services coming up next. Adult Protective Services. There you go. Coming up next right here on The Link. Good morning.
KUA Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
Join the Foundation for Public Education as they recognize some amazing teachers in our community and award one deserving person the title of Teacher of the Year. Watch the broadcast or live stream on the KUAM News Facebook page on Sunday, April 25th at 6:30 p.m. to meet the 6 finalists and learn about their exceptional work as educators. Plus special messages from Superintendent John Fernandez, sponsors, and the current Teacher of the Year, culminating in the live announcement of the 2021 Teacher of the Year. It's a special event you don't want to miss. The 2021 Teacher of the Year is presented by Bank of Guam, Cars Plus Guam, and the KUAM Care Force.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go?
As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus.
Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies,
a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future.
Airing every week during Earth Month.
Brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link. Dirty Politics, part of Sustainability Matters Initiative, in partnership with the University of Guam, Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
Sunrise, and I was in love with you. I was in love with you. I remember that first night we decided it was alright to chill for a little bit. Showed you some music, then you showed me some too. And I went and sing that song for you. And every time I close my eyes, I'm reminded of how I really felt when it made you cry. 'Cause that's when I realized I really felt. So tell me why every night feels like a last night. I swear I'll never feel like it felt that last time. Chilling in your whip through the daybreak sunrise. And I was in love with you. I was in love with you. Do you remember that one night I was in your room and we were sleeping on that twin size mattress? Closed eyes, I was staring at you, dead in sleep. You're such an actress. When I tapped you and said I had to leave, you just grabbed a hold of me. And that was when we first kissed, and I knew I'd never wanna leave. Then we woke, smoke, mirrors on, mirror than before. Darling, I know you know me better than lonely you've been known. But knowing you old, growing older without you is ironically painful as nostalgia. It's not a stick in stone, it's like a brick to the bone. 'Cause you can pick up the phone last time I called you. So tell me why every night feels like last night. Last night, I swear I'll never feel like it felt it last night. Chilling in your whip till the daybreak sunrise. And I was in love with you. I was in love with you. Tell me why every night feels like last night. I swear I'll never feel like it felt that last time. Yeah. Chilling in your whip till the daybreak sunrise.
Hey, good morning. Jonah Hanum featured a few times on our Burger King Cover Me segment. Burger King turning 32, thanks to you. Good morning. It's 9:21. This is The Link. Let's head into the KUAM News Zoom room, where we have from the Division of Senior Citizens, Department of Public Health and Social Services, the Social Service Supervisor 1, Bureau of Adult Protective Services, Evelyn Manabusan. Good morning, Evelyn.
Good morning, Chris.
And the Acting Senior Citizens Administrator, Charlene San Nicolas. Good morning, Sharon. Thanks for coming back.
Morning, Chris. Morning.
And so, go ahead.
Oh no, when we talked with you last week, we were asking questions about adult protective services, and because we heard about what happened with child protective services. So normally we wanted to follow up on what's been happening with APS, and so we were asking about referrals and whether or not there was a a similar backlog that was experienced with CPS. So thank you for coming on and providing us this information. We can begin with Shar or Evelyn.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
What I wanted to just discuss this morning is about the Adult Protective Services, of course, the Division of Senior Citizens. In that, the protective services for adults are handled by our social workers that we have, who are on board, who go out and investigate any of the referrals that come in. I know that you talked about wanting to know the types of referrals and where we are at now with that. Currently, from the beginning of this fiscal year, we have had 127 referrals provided to us from various areas within Guam. So what we wanted to do was take a look at the 127. Of course, we go out as social workers to investigate and to follow up on what is happening within the homes, what we can do to provide supportive services to them. Should there be a need to continue services, or should we find that these individuals actually have substantiated their case? And if so, if any of the referrals have been substantiated, I think that you had talked about with Charlene the financial aspect of it. Let's say that we take a look at a manamko that has come to our doors. Somebody had referred this individual because there was being a financial abuse. So in that respect, we go out, and if we do substantiate that there is, in fact, a cause that this is happening in the home, that the manamko has been abused financially, then our duty is to then write up a declaration and send that to the Attorney General's office. We want to make sure that once the Attorney General gets some of the information that we have provided to them, from that, then they are able to do their own investigation, see whether or not this does need to go to court, does need to have a trial of some sort, or to help the elderly or the adult with a disability, whichever the case may be, to find some sort of that this case has in fact been substantiated, and this in fact has happened to the individual.
You said 127 referrals. Is that just this year?
Yeah. Just this year, beginning of the fiscal year in October to present. So we do have 127 that we have received.
What about last fiscal year?
Last year, 2021, we have had
2020.
I'm sorry, 2020. We had a total of 261. So that was the total for the full year. And we have a breakdown if you'd like.
Yes.
We do service 7 types of abuses on the island. We will start with the emotional and psychological abuse, which was the number one abuse that occurred to our elderly adults with a disability last year. So comes secondly is our financial property exploitation of our elderly. And the third is neglect. Usually emotional financial neglect usually run the highest within every year. Financial had been the highest previous years. And just last year we looked at our stats, and what had happened was that there was more emotional psychological abuse that was happening. And that may be due in part to the pandemic. That may be due in part to people being home more often with the elder. A lot of things are closing. Elders to maybe our senior centers, our day centers are now home. So things are happening with the home that you require us to go and require us to see why that the emotional and psychological state of our manamko and our adults with disabilities is compromised in their home. Mm-hmm. So the top 3 last year was emotional, financial, and neglect.
So with those 261 cases from last year, were they all vetted and addressed, or any forwarded over to the court?
They were all addressed, and there were about, I believe, 5 maybe that were sent and determined as needing further attention and sent to the AGs. We're currently wanting to work closely now again with the Attorney General's office to kind of see what we could do in terms of these cases that come to us that may be needing more attention, more investigation, and maybe needing the court system to step in. We want to be able to make sure that, of course, that nobody falls through the cracks here, and that we are addressing these issues, however big or small they may be, however it may be turning out. And as you know, each case is different, it is challenging in its sense, and it just all depends on what we see when we go out to do the investigations on these cases.
Mm-hmm. And so majority of those were all vetted for 2020. So here we are, 2021, and you received 127 referrals. And so, just what are the types of the complaints and the types of abuse for these 127? Do you have a breakdown of that?
Sure. For this year, I did for 2021. Let me just pull that up for you. I did. The highest. I'm sorry, I had it this morning and we're taking a look at what our numbers look like. For this year, highest that we're running is emotional. Second to that is our financial and neglect, as well as I said earlier. With emotional, we have 38 cases that we have seen and have been referred to us. In our financial exploitation area of abuse, we have 33 cases that were referred to us, and in neglect, we have 20. So then we have the physical, as well as the sexual abuse, self-neglect, and abandonment issues as well.
Under neglect is abandonment?
Neglect and abandonment is on its own.
Oh,
we do look at abandonment abuse on its own, and we have 4 referrals on abandonment. Physical abuse, we had 19. Self-neglect, we had 9. And of course, sexual abuse, we had 1. For a total of the 124, we had 3 that were inappropriately referred to us. That gives you a total of year 127 for the year so far.
Mm-hmm. So when you say like neglect and abandonment, what kind of situation?
What does it consist of? And yeah. So with abandonment, we're looking at, let's say you have an elderly individual who has a caretaker. So that caretaker, is with them either day in or day out. And so just one day the caretaker just did not show up or doesn't want to do caretaking roles anymore, and has left the elder or has left the individual adult with a disability alone at home. And if we had a referral, we go out to see what is going on. And most likely some of the cases that we've seen in abandonment are just that the caretakers are having a difficulty. And it's been that they've been doing this for so long. Maybe they need some respite. Maybe they need an outlook or something that they could go to, or somebody can help them. So then we'll look at other services that we have. Maybe we have some in-home services that they can avail of, or we have other respite care services out there in the community that can avail of. And then we kind of work that way into that home so that this individual is not alone. We certainly don't want to have any referrals that we have and have individuals or our uncle stay home alone or not being taken care of. We do see those happen often, and we're there to provide whatever supports necessary to continue that they are taken care of.
Mm-hmm. Are any of these like repeat cases?
Some of them are, yes, and sadly to say, yes, that some of them, if we provided some services and it falls through the cracks, we just need to make sure that as we connect them to these services and as we connect them to maybe our case management services, that the case managers will continue to monitor, continue to make sure. But that does happen. Sometimes we do get these people that come back, and our referrals are re-referred again after a lot of supports have been provided to them.
What do you think needs to be done? Because these numbers, I mean, 127 just for this year alone. It's April, so
it's only 6 months into the year, and we've got really a high number. And what I've always thought is that, of course, we need to be out there doing more education and having people understand that when they're caretakers, when they do have a problem, or before it gets to the point where they're abusive state, they're either verbally abusing our manamko, or they're slapping them, or they're just not being respectful. We need to get in there and try to see how we could be more of assistance. I always think that if we could go out there and be more educational, proactive, have people know that there are other supports that they can avail themselves to, so that they don't feel like they're all alone. And a lot of times it's that feeling of, I've been doing this for so long, how can I change this? How, and just kind of looking at that family unit once again. And I know that a lot of times we're looking at ourselves as, okay, Guam is the type of resiliency that we have. And with our Manamco and our adults with disabilities, sometimes that is far few in between. And we have to just instill and work with the people that are their caretakers, work with the families to try to see if there are alternative modes to helping them help their elderly, helping them to take care of them, and even the adults with disabilities that we work with that we also see that are referred to our agency because they've been abused or neglected.
Are these referrals, these complaints, are they reported by Manamco, or are they reported by, family members or caregivers?
There's a whole array of people that report. A lot of times it's just other family members that are not particularly involved in any caretaking role, but they have seen that this is happening to their loved one, and so they report and say this doesn't seem to be right. I always err on caution. Just report to us, let us know so that we can be able to go out there and send social workers out there to just see what the situations are. We do get a lot of people that are extended family members that do report. We do get clinics and doctors that report. We do get a lot of other social workers in the field report. So we get them from all angles. Everybody who is aware of Adult Protective Service, who are aware that we are here, do report to us. And so certainly then we take a look at that and do our best to go out and try to investigate and try to see what we can do to provide further additional assistance or help, or take if need be, just as CPS does remove, if need be, we do have an emergency 24-hour shelter that we do provide on a limited time basis for a Manamco to go to, so that we can take them out of that situation. They don't get offended in any way, but then we can begin to look at what are the strengths of this family, what do we need to provide more supports to them. Ultimately is just the CPS, ultimately is to have them continue to meet in the home. This is who they know, and a lot of it is people who they know that abuse or neglect them, and sad to say, but that does happen. And we're there to help. We're there to at least provide some supports, and we're there to at least, above all, listen to what their stories are, and hopefully we can go from there to make it better.
You said there was an emergency shelter. Is it, when you look at the numbers, is it
we had
do
to
you need
activate that shelter? Yeah, the emergency shelter that we operate is, of course, yes, 24 hours, 7 days a week. We do have staffing there. We've had to have some of our Manamco population do come and access that services so we can help them. And currently, we do have some in the shelter at this time, and so we're providing supports and trying to work with families so that when they do return, are able to return or find other alternatives, working possibly with the Office of the Public Guardian, should they need a guardian to continue once they have to leave the shelter. The shelter is limited term, however, but we provide the service extended should we need to. We also got to make sure that all these services are in place before they go back to, of course, we don't want to have them go back to the situation where they came from. nothing has ever happened. Of course, we want to make sure that families are understanding of what needs to happen. Changes need to be made. And all along, we want to make sure that our Manauco and our adults with disabilities are cared for. The best we could do.
Have you ever seen a case where somebody has been actually prosecuted for elderly abuse, sent to jail, fined, or anything like that? I mean,
I haven't seen that yet. We have sent declarations to the Attorney General's office. We have followed up, but we have not, and I have not, in my knowledge, seen that they've actually be prosecuted and the full extent of the law has been handed down to this individual. Not that I have seen at this time.
Wow.
Something that we should take a look at and probably see what we need to do in investigations and making sure that things are properly documented, properly provided to the AG, so that these hopefully don't fall to the cracks, but that they continue to be fair and
really nothing. I mean, last year 261. That's almost one a day. A report of elderly abuse. 127 this year.
Right, and not all those cases go to the Attorney General's office. When we say 200 some cases, we've seen all those cases. We've gone out, and not all of them do go. A lot of times, it's with the assistance of what the social workers do within that family home. Then the supports that are needed are provided, and therefore no further action is needed in terms of sending them to AGs. It's those cases where clearly there was instances where if it was a financial abuse, clearly there are instances where the elderly finances, property, or whatnot was actually taken away from them, and documentations were in the changeover for deeds and everything happened. And so we then forward those. Not everything goes to the Attorney General's office. And of course, a lot deals with consenting of our Manauco and our adults with disabilities. A lot of times if they do not consent for any investigation, do not consent for us to continue, that is where it is. And we cannot move forward if they don't consent to it. Our services are open to everybody, but they also have to consent also for us to do investigations on their family. And a lot of times, sometimes they don't want that. They just want us to talk to them, listen to them, have my son or daughter know that this is not right. And so that's what we do at this point in time.
Do you guys have enough staff at Adult Protective Services?
We're always needing staff in that regard. Right now, yes, we're in the process of picking up additional 2 social workers, which will be beneficial to the current staffing that we have. But always looking for staff. People, of course, this is a hard job to be at. It's not made for everybody. And yes, we do have the turnarounds that we do, and we do see people come and go, and we understand. You can do so much to give of yourself as a social worker to these individuals who are abused or neglected, and sometimes it does take a toll on us as well. So yes, we're always looking for new people to join our team. We welcome any social worker who would like to. As I said, it's really difficult work. The things that we have to see and have to talk with family members are something that is not really openly discussed. Sometimes you just can't go into Anantatas home and say, hey, is this what we hear is happening? And of course, right off the bat, they will say, no, this is not happening, please. And a lot of times it's because it's their own family members that are doing this to them. And sometimes they say, who's going to take care of me after this, right? And a lot of times they let it happen because of the fact that they're afraid sometimes. They don't know that this is actually abuse and this is actually not right. And so as we get more awareness out there, as we get more education out there and understanding, and they're more willing time to say, okay, this has to stop. Sometimes it has to stop, and it has to sometimes be a point where else to go, right? Where can we turn to? You're here, you're trying to help me. What can you do to help me? But more than that, we have a lot of the mononcles and a lot of the adults with disabilities that say no, for the fear fact that when we do connect them with, case management services. We do connect them with somebody who will continue to be there for them to listen to what is going on, so that one day, maybe the day that we will be able to make things right for them.
Is there a hotline number that you guys have?
Oh, yes, we do have a crisis intervention hotline, which is run out of the Miss Serena Dodge, which is our temporary shelter, and the crisis hotline number is 632-8853. And anybody after hours, weekends, holidays, when we are not present here, they can call that number. Somebody will answer that number, take down their information. They also assist with the APS after hours. So we can be contacted. They can contact somebody. There is a social worker assigned to that emergency receiving home, who is then contacted and then does his job in order to follow through. And then then we get contacted the next working day regarding any of the referrals or any of the calls that may have come in overnight, weekends, and holidays. And then we have partnered with our emergency receiving home to then address these issues.
All right. Evelyn, Charlene, thank you so much for giving us this update.
Oh, thank you for giving us the opportunity. It's always a pleasure to be able to be out there to talk and be able to just impress upon the community that it does happen out there. There are people out there that will be able to help your nanas and your tatas and your adults with disabilities. But it is just that we are there to listen. We're there to provide whatever supports we can. And thank you very much for that opportunity.
Thank you. Well, we should do this more often. All right.
We should. We could partner and do more educational awarenesses and just be out there, because really, we all grew up in Guam. We all know that we love our nanas and our tatas, but what's really, really lacking that I see is the respect. Yeah. And so if we can just bring back that respect back to them, give them what we want, they are our forefathers. They are who we live for. And we will one day be there, right? We will one day be there, and we want to be able to know that there are supports out there for ourselves, and we just have to make it happen now.
Yes.
And so yes, I'll welcome that opportunity to work with you guys and do something great for our community.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Stay safe.
You.
We'll bring you on again in a couple weeks. I'll message you on the WhatsApp.
Okay.
Thank you, Sharon. Okay, bye, Evelyn.
Bye.
There you go. Yeah, I definitely need to restore that respect and just
127 referrals of elderly abuse just for this year. So it's
only April.
Yeah. And the highest was the emotional abuse, and then followed by financial, and then neglect. And last year it was 260 something, I believe.
Man, my mom was a caregiver for Catholic Social Services, and they would go around and take care of elderly for families that couldn't afford to have them, hospitalized long term or what. And just some of the stories that they would say when they do like their initial checkup. And sometimes it's because the family just doesn't know anything about, how to handle long term bedridden care. Other times it's because everyone's working, and then even other times, tragically, it's intentional. Because people are just jerks. 9:45. We're going to take our super quick break. Come back with Senator Clint Rigel next on The Link. Good morning.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
Family platter of fried chicken?
Check.
Tray of red rice?
Check.
Birthday cake?
Check.
1 case of water?
Check.
12-pack of beer?
Check.
2 cases of Pepsi?
Check.
When you have a long checklist but are short on time, we got you. Get it delivered by us. Order on the app or website at uno-go.com. Guam On Demand.
Shoot, I forgot the paper product.
Oh wait, UnoGo has that too.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus.
Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies,
A video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future.
airing every week during Earth Month.
Brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
Join the Foundation for Public Education as they recognize some amazing teachers in our community and award one deserving person the title of Teacher of the Year. Watch the broadcast or live stream on the KUAM News Facebook page on Sunday, April 25th at 6:30 p.m. to meet the 6 finalists and learn about their exceptional work as educators. Plus special messages from Superintendent John Fernandez, sponsors, and the current Teacher of the Year, culminating in the live announcement of the 2021 Teacher of the Year. It's a special event you don't want to miss. The 2021 Teacher of the Year is presented by Bank of Guam, Cars Plus Guam, and the KUAM Care Force.
This year, the Think Green Annual Cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam on social media. And we'll share your cleanup in our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUAM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. In partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI. Special thanks to Micronesian Brokers, Inc.
We should be happy and celebrate. The life we have is just one of a kind. Don't owe more trying to waste my time. Not everyone can say I want to go to the beach tonight or tomorrow. Hopefully the weather doesn't change, cause if it rains I got a plan for another day. Yeah, so take off my sorries. Ooh, run to the beach. Feel the sand beneath our feet. Seashells floating in the sea. Oh, all the perks of living on an island. But sometimes the world is cold.
Yep, we play 108% local music on the link. Daryl Garcia, Noni, went on Guam. Good morning. Morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Hi, Jay.
Good morning. Just a scant few more minutes until we indulge in our hot dog lunch.
Nice. A scant few more minutes.
Thank you.
Right on.
You like that choice of words
I
there?
feel like we're playing Scrabble with you. How many points is scant?
Words with people who used to be my friends.
Right. 9:50 to close out the show. Senator Clint Rogel in the KUAM News Zoom room. Democrat Senator Clint Rogel. Good morning, Senator.
Good morning.
So we were talking offline that we were trying to track down who is the ethics chair as we had interviewed Senator Tello, but you're actually on the ethics committee, right?
Yeah, this quarter, yes. So I think as Senator Tello was mentioning, it is kind of hard to keep track because it rotates. So I believe it's quarterly, every quarter is a new group of senators for the committee, and then it just keeps rotating around, I think, for the whole 2 years of the term. So everyone will be on the committee more than once, I believe, is how I remember it being set up. So, but this quarter I'm on the committee, yes.
How many members are on it? Do you know offhand?
I don't remember the number of members. I'm sorry.
Okay.
All right.
Did you get the approved cannabis rules and regs? I guess we had on Vanessa Williams on last week, right, Chris? Last week?
Yeah.
And she was mentioning it was going to be forward to the governor's office, and I think over to the legislature. Did you receive it yet?
No, we haven't yet. My understanding is they're still drafting it. So I guess they did vote on some things, but they're still, I guess, cleaning it up. I guess the language in it. And so they haven't sent it to the legislature yet. I'm not sure if they sent it to the governor's office yet. Last week when I checked, my understanding was they hadn't even sent it to the governor's office yet.
Did you get a chance to look at what was approved by the cannabis board? I mean,
no,
nothing
not
at all?
in writing, just by listening, just by following along in their meetings. So by following along in their meetings, I kind of got an idea of, one of the big thing is they didn't approve of the vertical integration stuff, and that's a big issue that's been brought up by a lot of people who want to get into the business. And what that is vertical integration just basically means so there's 3 different licenses. There's a grower's license or cultivation license, manufacturing license, and retail. Vertical integration means like you could get a license in all 3. So you could grow it, manufacture it into whatever products you want to manufacture, and then retail sales. So I understand you voted against allowing, if someone's a grower, he can't also be a retailer, for example. So I think that's one of the biggest takeaways from their last meeting was that they did not approve of that, which a lot of people I know were asking for it, but I know some people were against it. But I have been approached by a lot of people who are interested in getting into the industry, and they did want to do vertical. They wanted to be able to grow their own product, create their own products also, and then retail sell their own products. They want to just be able to have that control over their product throughout the entire way.
So, but it's not too late though, right? Once it gets to the governor and then over to the legislature, do you still have the means to kind of change it, or you'll have to introduce legislation separately?
I would have to introduce legislation. So the way it works is once it goes to once it gets sent to the legislature, we have, I believe it's 75 days to hold a public hearing on the proposed rules. So I'll have to hold a public hearing on it within 75 days. It should go to my committee, so I should be the one holding the public hearing on it in 75 days. And then in 90 days, if we don't do anything, then it's supposed to lapse into effect. I believe it becomes part of the GAR, the Guam Administrative Rules. So if we want to change it, I would have to introduce, or anyone would have to introduce a separate piece of legislation, then have a public hearing on that piece of legislation in order to amend or change the rules or adopt our own rules.
This is your Canna baby, right? So when we had Vanessa on, she was talking about, and I guess a lot of people just kind of had it in their head that after we were done with the rules and regs that you'd be able to go and, light up in a cafe or, have a cannabis dessert at a restaurant. But that's absolutely not the case with this first round of the rules and regs. Are you okay with that?
I mean, that's the process. It's got to go through the rulemaking process. That's just how it goes. I knew that was the process. It has taken long, so I've been reaching out to the board members and asking them to hurry up and finish. So yeah, I want them to get it done so we can get this thing going. But with reference to, you mentioned like in a cafe, actually the rules can't even allow for consumption in a cafe because unfortunately an amendment that was added to the Cannabis Industry Act, not by me, but by a colleague, added an amendment that requires it to comply with the Natasha Protection Act. And the Natasha Protection Act prevents any smoking indoors, except for, and there's a few minor exceptions, and one exception is like, I believe the cigar bars or something like that. But, and I checked with some legal counsel about, our legal counsel about this, and I believe we would have to amend the law to allow for smoking of cannabis inside a cannabis shop, unfortunately.
Right. I think Vanessa kind of touched on that.
Yeah,
Everything
yeah,
would have
she-
to be like drive-through.
Yeah, she was saying that although they didn't get it in now, that it's something that she anticipates, like you said, as we stand up the first round, maybe an amendment down the road.
Yeah, it would have to be an amendment to the law.
Right. Are you good on the cannabis?
Yeah, I'm good.
You good, girl?
I'm good.
You good on the cannabis? Because you know Senator Joe got a chronic. He's the one who did the law. He's got to have the best weed.
That's not true.
What? What about utilities? I know you got
That's a
utilities.
diplomatic way of like, hey, Chris, man, come on,
Hey,
bro.
come on, dude. Utilities. I know that.
Chris, I heard you got the best. What's up?
It's not shabby. It's not
Right
too
back
bad.
at ya.
It's not the best, but it's not the worst. Senator, utilities, right? So I remember we had chatted. You had something on the utilities. GPA.
What was that?
There was a
What's
thing
it?
you had talked about with GPA that we're going to discuss when you came on.
Well, okay. Well, you know what? Actually, I don't know if this is what you're talking about, but there is a Public Utilities Commission meeting. I believe that's either today or tomorrow. I got to double check the date on that. I think that might be today. So there's a Public Utilities. It is today. There's a Public Utilities Commission meeting. I believe. Be discussing a proposal put forth by GPA that the CCU has been pushing as well to tack on another cost for people with solar panels, basically. So, you know, I think a while back they approved something where they said, okay, now if you get solar panels under the NEM program, Net Energy Metering Program, they want you to buy a battery. And so now they're saying, okay, well, you can also opt out of the battery and instead just pay a fee to us so we can put in utility grade storage. We can put in batteries for the system. So I know that there's some people that are concerned about that. I'm one of those people concerned about that. I just feel that it seems like every step of the way they're doing things to discourage renewable energy instead of encourage renewable energy. They're doing the opposite. And on one hand, they say that they're for renewable energy and they're in support of it, but then they do things like this that just discourage people from wanting to get renewable energy, wanting to get solar panels because now they've got an extra fee to pay. There's all sorts of arguments. I know GPA has been arguing that, oh, well, those with solar are unfairly affecting the system somehow because it's requiring them to get storage. But, you know, you have other jurisdictions like in Southern Australia where the utility agency there invested in its own huge battery farm, and it actually resulted in savings to the utility agency because it provided more efficiency for them. There's some articles showing it saved hundreds of millions of dollars. So I don't understand why our utility agency looks at renewables as a burden rather than something that can improve the utility system.
Well, we'll let that be the last word, Senator, as we're up against the top of the hour. Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it, Senator
Thank
Clint.
you.
Thank you.
Right on.
Thanks.
That's
Stay safe.
There you go. Senator Rogel. Hiya, day. It's 10 o'clock. Viewers on KUAM TV, thanks so much for jamming with us. Appreciate your support. To our viewers on our Facebook Live feed, our listeners here on The Breeze 93.9. The show has been brought to you by East West Rental, Carrier, Calvo Enterprises, IT&D, and Jack in the Box. It is 10 o'clock, KUAM TV.
Real quickly,
Yeah.
just want to let people know that at 11 a.m., make sure to go to KUAM News Facebook page. Congressman Michael San Nicolas will be providing an update on a federal relief. We will be streaming that press conference on our Facebook page at 11 a.m. today.
Right on. Good job today, guys.
Good job.
So that's coming up in about an hour. So are we going to get hot dogs now or after the press conference?
In between will be our hot dog time.
All right.
Okay, Jay just really
Anytime
wants a
is
hot dog.
time.
Got it. Thank you, guys. Again, it's 10 a.m. KUAM TV. My name is Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Está. Adios.